patience, want you to be all my baby. I don't see what you got to lose. Ready, set, go. I've been waiting for your love to grow. Hear a love song on the radio, and I'm thinking of you. 4, 5, 6, better hurry, better tell me quick. You won't find a better love than this, and I want it with you. What can I do to convince you to give your love to me? And I want you to say you're ready to stay, and you will give your love to me. I keep pacing, got no patience, want you to be all my baby. I don't see what you got to lose. Ready, set, go. I've been waiting for your love to grow. Hear a love song on the radio, and I'm thinking of you. this way. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You want it, 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 you and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. Through him, through me, 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 no patience, want you to be all my baby. I don't see what you got to lose. Ready, set, go. I've been waiting for your love to grow. You a love song on the radio, and I'm thinking of you. 4, 5, 6, better hurry, better tell me quick. You won't find a better love than this, and I want it with you. What can I do to convince you to give your love to me? And I want you to say you're ready to stay, and you will give your love to me. I keep pacing, got no patience, want you to be all my baby. I don't see what you got to lose. Ready, set, go. I've been waiting for your love to grow. You a love song on the radio, and I'm thinking of you. 4, 5, 6, better hurry, better tell me quick. You won't find a better love than this, and I want it with you. Ready, set, go. I've been waiting for your love to grow. You a love song on the radio, thinking of you. 4, 5, 6, better hurry, better tell me quick. You won't find a better love than this. I want it with you. I want it with you.
Welcome back to MSI 2023 here in London, England. Yesterday we got a great set of games and introduction to the event as Group B entered the stage, and today Group A is getting ready. As you can see, the players gathering in Copper Box Arena and fans also coming back to cheer for their favorite teams. Hello everyone and welcome. I'm Laure and I will be joined by GB and Marksy. How are you doing, guys?
I mean, it's Marks, but you know, we
should
we're
be doing
right.
good. You're good. EU won their series. Now it's NA's turn to do their job later on in the day.
I'm ready for that. Yeah.
A bit of glimpse of the new format for our first international event of the year. What do you guys think so far of what we've seen? Best of threes.
Honestly, I want more of what we saw yesterday because there is the fiestas where as an analyst you can't really break much down, but you can sit back, have a montage of all the plays that happened, but then you also get some of those afterwards as well where it is, so these cool things happen. So I thought it was a really good mixture of both and absolutely love the best of three so far.
I also like the fact that you got to see teams, if they had a risky game one, bounce back from it. DFM having a much better showing in game two. For G2, after a very scary first game, the fact that they could then show like, no, we are actually much better than Loud.
That should have been lost that first game.
That
for sure,
game
though.
one should have been a 3-game series, but they recovered it.
I was a bit of heart attacks being an LEC fan, of course, but if we can talk about G2 yesterday, they defied expectations.
How so?
In the sense that they didn't lose against Loud, and I remember G2 at the end of LEC playoffs we didn't see much from them. They were not the G2 we expected them to be. So coming at MSI today, especially knowing that there were some nerves on some players, looking at the beginning of the first game, I was like, I don't know what we're here for, GB.
Yeah, I mean, they sure came into the tournament with a bit of a letdown from how the playoffs had gone in the spring season, so they had to go through in a redemption arc. Did they redeem themselves in the first game? No, not really, I'll be honest, but the fact that they came back was really the defy of that series, and then the second game, they got to show that, hey, we can stomp it, and that's also what a best of 3 brings out.
I thought you were going to say they were defying a lot of the fan expectations by coming in as the second seed, because...
the second seed, 4th place even playoff, you know, that's the EU way.
Over in North America, I was gleefully watching Reddit melt down as they thought that Mad Lions was going to somehow luck their way here. Fortunately, Mad Lions proved it, and I thought that was the defying expectations.
Yeah, I remember you texting me as well. Well, are they actually good? Are they bad? Like, what's actually the deal over there right now? But yeah.
All right, so who else defied or is going to defy expectation, Mark?
I feel like, obviously, I have to lean in for my own region here with North America. Golden Guardians, if you weren't following them, they were power ranked 8th, kind of heading into the split, and they had a message for all the haters. It was this. They then actually,
what is that, Mark?
I can't repeat that, but you can fill in the blanks on your own in Twitch chat if you want. But yeah, that was the kind of start for their season. Then they actually backed that up. They went on some pretty big win streaks and then had an incredible showing in the playoffs and the finals kind of weekend where they were able to take down a bunch of teams they were not expected to beat.
Yeah, I think just going from the regular season into them like 3-0ing EG, then going up against FlyQuest, elevating their level with each journey they kind of took through that lower bracket too. And also just in general, I think we had players really stepping up. Gory was amazing in the mid lane. I think Huhi was great on the facilitators and really found his footing in the team to put them where they are now.
And on an individual level, a lot of players that are kind of journeymen or veterans at this point who had dropped down from their peaks years ago. For Stixxay, 7 years since his last appearance in MSI.
Went to be a coach as well and then go back into a play. You know, what a story.
Yeah, had to go through the academy system all the way back in. FLICKR, formerly Cloud9, playing on the world semifinal stage and then, you know, kind of having these down years. So it's a really cool team for fans to kind of rally around.
Yeah, and first time we'll see the org at an international event. GB, who do you have?
Well, I had BLG as well coming into this one, and it's kind of, no, BLG would probably not defy a lot of expectation unless they lose to today's matchup here.
So it's not about today.
No, it's not about today. It's about how they got here, okay? It's about the journey so far, and the journey for BLG wasn't easy either. They're kind of middle of the pack, just kind of leading into getting through that playoff spot as well, and was building themselves up towards playoff game after game, series after series, making all the way to here. And I think it's also about the players that they have, right? Because BLG, formerly in the LPL, wasn't afraid of spending a lot of money. But this time around, they kind of came through with a budget roster instead. You know, Shun from IG, who was a bit of a reject. Yagao, after a disappointing semifinals, was kind of dropped from the JDG roster. And then you had Elk from Ultra Prime, who no one had expectations to whatsoever, who's now sneaked himself in to be a top AD carry in the LPL.
And Bin, also the only
of course he exists
MSI champion, returning player here. We'll see what BLG can do, of course. But in addition to some exciting gameplay yesterday, we also got a sneak peek at Broken Blade's future career in modeling. We had Met Gala earlier this week. I guess it makes sense also to have look at him.
I guess he practiced the walk after watching the Met Gala.
Yeah, amazing gameplay on the Rift, amazing.
That's the thing, like
outside
after
of the Rift.
series yesterday, that mouse right there, it's magical. I swear that was not the same mouse he used in the LEC, because what he showed yesterday was a proper carry performance on that Darius, really keeping them in it. And then the Poppy afterwards, where he had good, solid lane performance himself, but also just was able to be a facilitator for that Nidalee with dive after dive. So yeah, he earned that post.
Crushing it on and off the Rift. Exactly. I heard he was also like a little sick yesterday too.
Was.
So doing that level of performance while not feeling your best, very admirable.
Yeah, got a bit sick. Bit of nerves also on the side of Yike, who was playing his first international game. We'll see them tomorrow, of course, but quick preview here of our second series we'll have today. LCS's Golden Guardians versus VCS's GAM Esports. And here we have to talk about the jungle matchup. We have to talk about Levi versus River. Levi, maybe the franchise player for this GAM team, returning again, and a very aggressive jungler, as we know him.
Yeah, you know, Levi just going all the way back in the day, made his statement games back in 2017, but also just the way he's elevated himself. He's a very efficient jungler. He likes to stick to the book. When you watch his clears throughout all the playoffs, I think he only went off a full clear one game when he was playing Viego, but he loves to be on a camp respawn as soon as it's there. But his efficiency also makes him a bit predictable in that regard.
Yeah, he was definitely the guy who put BCS on the map back in the day, 2017, with this kind of Nocturne play, taking TSM to task as well a couple times, and he was the star player for them. For River, it's actually a complete contrast of styles, where he's very proactive around his lanes, loves to gank, and it's really cool in the second series to see who's going to kind of win out there. Is Levi going to be able to power farm, or is River going to force him to cover lanes?
Exactly, because Riot has kind of nerfed Levi as well. They've put GPS on the minimap, so you can see when the cam spawn with the little yellow marker. Beforehand, you'd have to check the cam, then you could get the cam respawn timer, but now you just see it with the yellow one. So you know if there's a yellow grump, Levi's going to be there.
That's going to be the second series we'll have today. But first, let's move on to today's first matchup, BLG versus R7. Interesting matchup, especially when you think of the LPL representatives and Elk on the bot lane. Players that have been playing for so many years, didn't quite shine as much as we expected him to, but he was on the redemption story in the LPL, being the second best AD carry in the league in spring.
Yeah, I think that's the really cool thing about Elk was he had this, kind of play style around him, a lot of inting. All right, we'll just say, we'll call it what it is. There's a lot of long tradition of LPL AD carries sometimes losing their minds in mid to late game team fights. He was one of those guys, and didn't quite have the upsides of some others. And so that's what's so crazy is that he's become this very consistent late game bomb. There's naturally a lot of conversation around Bin and the resources that he gets and his champion pool and all that stuff. But quietly, it's actually Elk in a lot of the late game situations doing a lot of the carrying, and that's so surprising given where he came from just a couple of years ago.
Yeah, just a step up in general where you don't necessarily always get to become too explosive in the laning phase, but still be that reliable late game carry. Especially when you have a top laner like Bin who can demand resources, it's exactly the puzzle piece you need in BLG for it to be a good team, and that's kind of what came together as well when they were running through that playoff gauntlet.
I want to expand a bit on this BLG dynamic. When you think of the players who have been the big carry on the top lane, Elk also, who can be identified as the second best carry of the team, Yagao with the experience, and younger players as well joining the squad. What can we expect from this BLG team on their first international showing?
Chaos, absolute chaos, okay? Because even when looking at LPL, when they got ahead in the beginning, they weren't always the best at taking the correct team fight. Sometimes if a fight presented itself, it wasn't really about is it a good or bad fight, it's just the fact that this is a fight, so we're actually going to take it, we're not going to back down for a challenge. So, can be a big back and forth, but I still expect that when we're watching them play R7, they have the better individuals, and they probably have the better team too in that regard.
And they're very good about working as a unit. Yagao has constantly been one of these guys who is more team focused, and I think it's very easy to overlook people like him when you have Knight and Rookie and like this long tradition of incredible mid laners, and he's more in that mold of trying to move around the map and help his team out, and I think that's caused him to be overlooked a little bit. So it's really cool for him to have this little bit of redemption as well, like you talked about, after a pretty disappointing Worlds performance, to be on an international stage again.
Disappointed to some, semifinals to a lot of people would be good, but that just goes to show the expectations, right?
True, they were expected to maybe take it also. We'll see how Yagao comes back here. On the other side, R7, I'm really happy to see them back on the international stage. 2 years without them. A crushing year last year for them. They rebuilt the roster, bringing in the imports, and they're here to prove that they never left, and they deserve this spot on the international stage.
Yeah, it's really cool, especially of all of the players to highlight. I think Audi is the one for me, being one of the mainstays of the region for so long, someone who has been on the international stage before, someone you can count on to go and not be shook by the nerves of the big stage, as well as just being someone who's been in the scene forever. I mean, like, getting his name all the way back from Odd One back in the day.
Yeah, he used to be called Odd One Black as well. He was a big fan of that jungle too. And I think Audi specifically as well, just from the way he plays his different repertoire of champions, he's not afraid to bust out a Lee Sin. In my opinion, should he bust out that Lee Sin? No, because it does not. No, no, because it doesn't always go that well, Mark. I think he's great on a facilitator. He loves to camp mid lane and bot lane. I'm not too sure what his relationship is with the top laner, but I'm pretty sure that it's not the best because there's basically never any resources up towards the top lane for Audi. Bong has like a jungle proximity of 4.4. It's the lowest in the entire tournament, and you can see it on the kill map already right now. There's a lot of dots on this Summoner's Rift map right now. A lot of them's down towards the bottom side, some of them's in mid lane, and there's barely anyone up towards the top side.
There's I count 5 whole dots. That's pretty good.
Yeah, do you also count the fact that it's saying, all of opening playoffs? This is just not one series, This is the 5 kills over the course of their playoff journey to make it through here at the 14-minute mark. And it's not even just a fact, it's also the fact that, Bong loves to go from top lane down towards and play for the team side. So today's matchup between the top laners, it's going to be skewed a bit.
I mean, that's the thing. Do you want to leave top top lane as an island, or which lane do you want to focus on the side of R7 here?
Well, I think you're probably going to get dragged top lane.
Yeah,
Al's going up there and Shun, and everyone's going to play around Bin, then like you're probably going to have to cover him.
You say that, but we'll see.
Maybe they'll just leave the lane open.
Yeah, that's the thing, right?
Right, top lane, we have to address this though, and let's take a moment to hone in on our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, Bin versus Bong.
MSI rookie Bong will take to the stage versus MSI winner Bin in this opening series for our featured matchup, presented by Mercedes-Benz. This is a David versus Goliath story if there ever was any. As a representative of the LPL, Bin will carry the weight on his shoulders of his region's expectations. Nothing short of total domination will be expected from him and his lineup. The R7 top laner carries no such weight. The pressure is on the enemy, and it is up to him to take advantage. Bin and Bong will face off in the top lane as the carry goes up against the tank. Can the unstoppable force move an immovable object?
Bin, the reigning MSI champion, taking on top lane for Rainbow 7. How is this going to go here? I want to look up some stuff for this featured matchup by Mercedes-Benz, because we would think that Bong doesn't have any chance here, but stats say otherwise.
Yeah, if you go look at the, kills at 14, the CSD, the gold leads, all this stuff for Bong, he's right up there with him. Minus a little bit better in Bin's favor, actually. But yeah, it's going to be a tough matchup for him. I think we're all expecting this to go Bin's way.
Yeah, while the numbers may look decent as well, I do think that you can see it on the kill participation. Actually, even then, Bin's actually higher than him. But what they use Bong for is just when you have a little bit of a lead, you move yourself down towards the rest of the team. We will never send anything top. You have to come back bot.
But you look at the jungle proximity. Bin,
yes,
he needs the jungler around him. He'll int without it, whereas Bong is just this incredible player who doesn't need any help. He can play without the jungler, still have a better KDA, actually. I think this is heavily Bong favored.
Oh, so what's your prediction for today's game?
2-0.
Oh, okay. Wow, okay, it's the bot lane. It's not the top lane.
Predictions, and especially when you think of Bin over the years, being a European fan and an LEC fan, of course, he hurt us. He hurt us bad. I remember the GP battle. I remember the pentakill on Fiora, and here GB, it's a nightmare as an LEC fan.
This is great. I love seeing this because this is just good League of Legends. You know, the barrel as well, that's an overextension getting punished. That is valuable lessons for you not to overchase enemy gangplanks if we get to that one. But if you are a pentakill, you know, also goes to show that he's got them hands.
Yeah, I gotta say, for Bin, we're memeing it up, but he's actually one of the best players in the world at this point in the top lane. Being able to make international runs on multiple different teams at this point. The fact that you did it with Suning, do it with RNG. Now you're doing it again here with BLG, the only member of that RNG squad returning. He makes plays like that happen. Painful as it is for the European fans, traumatizing to rewatch, but he is an incredible player and one of the people to keep your eyes on this entire tournament, not just today.
Yeah, absolutely, most definitely. I think as well, Bong, it's not so much going to be can I beat Bin, it's can I mitigate the pressure and hold it. That's the big question mark. That's how he defies expectations.
And especially Bin coming in angry here as the MSI champion, the only returning MSI champion. But that's all for us here on the desk. BLG versus R7 starts right now.
Two more teams to make their MSI debut. Please welcome Billy Gaming and R7.
Fight for your right. Fight for your right. 我觉得去年我是在 RNG 夺的冠，我觉得去年我的4个队友可以说是带着我，然后去赢得冠军。我觉得今年和去年最大的区別就是今年我要带着我的4个队友去拿到冠军，所以比去年更加的艰难，然后我觉得会更加有趣。
저희가 이번 그룹인 스테이지에서 가장 강력한 BLG를 상대하는데 이긴다는 거는 좀 무리인 것 같고 그래도 쉽게는 지지 않겠다는 경기력을 보여주고 싶습니다.
然后今年第一次参加 MSI 的舞台，然后也是世界上的舞台，我会展示很不一样的我，然后给大家看看，就是让大家见识到更好的自己吧。
Yo creo que la fuerza para superar nuestros límites está en los que nos apoyan. Tenemos una región atrás y es el peso que necesitamos para seguir adelante.
I haven't been back to an international stage since 2016. Yeah, it's kind of crazy that I'm here in 2023 and I made it back. I think the main thing that sparked my comeback was just that I never give up on myself.
Em nghĩ điều quan trọng nhất mà em đã học được trong cái trò chơi này thì đó là bản thân mình tốt là chưa đủ, mình còn phải khiến người khác tốt hơn nữa.
As long as like we take care of Levi, there's gonna be a jungle gap.
Chúng tôi đã có sự chuẩn bị để cho khán giả thế giới biết được VCS là ai. 2-0 dành cho GAM.
To London, to the caster desk here for day number 2 of MSI 2023. And Munchables, and for the first time on the international stage, I'm joined by Dagda. The Daggerville cast is here.
I'm so excited to be here, man, especially that we get to cast an LPL team to start it off once more. It's a nice little reunion, but I am very excited to see what BLG are bringing to the table, especially as kind of Elk pointed out, new to the international stage. You're looking towards Shun, new to the international stage. I want to see what these guys have to offer.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, BLG as an organization, new to the international stage. I think a lot of people coming in saying, you know, BLG are the favorite today, and I think that's a fair statement to make. But R7, in terms of organizational representation, they've been to internationals before. BLG, this is their first time ever as an organization. But straight off of the bat, we've got a Draven ban pulled on in, and that's not surprising when you see Seo on the other side.
Yeah, I'm curious to see exactly what the bans are going to be against BLG though, because we saw the Nidalee come out yesterday. We know Shun is a big Kindred player, a lot of respect given to his Kindred over in the LPL. The Nidalee as well has always been something that he's had in his wheelhouse, so I'm curious to see if we do get these more carry-oriented junglers coming out for him.
We'll have to see where the jungle pool goes. I do just want to hit on that Draven ban once again. The R7 were responsible for all but 1 Draven bans in the entire year of the LLA so far. Seo draws Draven bans, it's as simple as that. But the Kindred taken away from Shun, like you said, the carry junglers, Nidalee still open, and we saw it yesterday. That Nautilus could be mid lane.
It's spreading much, it's spreading. I think FLICKR ended up playing it like immediately after the G2 game yesterday, solo queue as well. So here's Steve Yageo has it in the back pocket as well to put into the mid lane. Although, looks like it will be immediately as the Lucian Nami slammed in response to the Zyra Khan.
Yeah, they're saying you want a strong 2v2. Well, we've got one as well. Bit of fish fruit down to the bottom lane there from On and Elk. And R7 going to go for their jungler. By the looks of things, the Wukong fairly standard on the side of R7. To be honest, fairly standard on both sides, except for that Nautilus is definitely either going mid lane. We could see it jungle too. Apparently, whisperings are that Nautilus jungle could be a thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was actually Movistar who played it. Yeah, Audi was actually the one who played it in the jungle, so kind of a bit of a pick away there from him as well, so maybe. But I think either way, the opportunity here to try and take something in towards the jungle that is that Nidalee, a bit more carry-orientated for Shun, going to be incredibly strong, but I was about to say, probably going to see stuff like that banned away here by R7.
R7 have done their homework. They know what's going on. I mean, they watched the games yesterday. Yeah. Probably is the better way of saying it, but Shun, an especially good Nidalee as well. So not just from the Nautilus combo, but also just taken away in general. Syndra taken out of the mid lane, though. I'm keeping my eyes open for if a Gragas comes on through, because Miru loves a Gragas mid lane.
Yeah, incredibly strong pick for him over in the LLA. The fact that he has 29 solo kills as well, he's fairly decent.
It's not bad.
Up a few of those kills, so we'll have to see he's going to be able to get his hands on that comfort pick. I think it would even work really well for them here. Clearly, you're working with like self-peel here for the Xayah, but the rest of the composition wants to go in, wants to dive forward, so adding the Gragas into the mix of that makes a lot of sense. The big question mark for me, though, is do they leave the counter pick for Bong? I think you kind of need to when you're going up against Min. Just try to make sure you can have some sort of a decent matchup there.
Yeah, especially since both of these players have exceptionally low jungle proximity. Like, you anticipate that Bin versus Bong as a matchup is essentially going to be a cage match. It's that old school top lane island.
especially since you haven't given the Jax ban over here. Like, Bin can still take that up. It's his most played throughout the split. He's been an absolute monster on it. You've even seen him bring out things like the Gwen as well, where he can be that carry performer. And there you go, Munch, the Gragas pick. Now it's a question of what do BLG want to respond with.
And the nice thing about that Gragas as well is it's a flex. It could go mid lane, it could be taken top by Bong as well. But it also, if it does go top, does well into Bin's Jax. That's kind of his signature up in that top lane.
We'll have to see exactly how they want to try and go for this. I'd be surprised if the Lee Sin pick is if this Nautilus is going mid. As we talked about, you kind of want to carry performer from the jungle to work in tow with that, but we'll have to see. It is actually going to be the Lee Sin, okay? I'm surprised. I did think that they're actually going to take something a bit more damage focused, like a Viego even, to see if they could try and get that carry jungler snowballing.
Yeah, I do have a bit of a concern about the lack of AP on the side of BLG. If you lock in the K'Sante here for the top lane, you've got an AD jungle, and yes, you've got the Nautilus, but realistically, how much AP damage is Nautilus really bringing to the table?
I mean, this is a competition for BLG where you need to slam the win home early. Like, if you let this game go late, you just don't really have enough damage to follow through. And as you rightly pointed out, the lack of AP damage is going to be a big one. Bong even going to be able to take a really good matchup into the K'Sante here if he goes for that Olaf. And I love it. I mean, just a go forward button for R7 and trying to take that fight.
Yeah, definitely can go on forwards, charging for the fray. And I love that we're taking these aggressive matchups on the side of R7. They said it on the desk. R7 come from a region where fighting is everything, and they want to take it to BLG in game 1.
Yeah, I really hope that they're able to bring this one forward, especially the fact that you kind of end up with a little bit of the comfort coming through for Seo on the Xayah. You're also looking at that Rakan for Lions, which has been really good. An 80% win rate at 12.5 KDA. This has been huge. And even like for a lot of picks on BLG you haven't seen before, right? Yagao hasn't really played the Nautilus. The last time we played it was in 2020. A long time ago before we've seen this form.
Yeah. And you have to question the change of styles from Yagao as well, because he has always been somewhat of a supportive mid laner, but in the finals against JDG, Yagao had a couple of pretty rough games towards the end of that series, playing on the Syndra, playing on these carries. Feels like they've definitely changed tacks coming into MSI.
Yeah, it definitely feels kind of similar story to, hey, look, we want to try and do what G2 did yesterday. Yep. Play through that mid jungle, lean into bot, look for several dives, and just make this incredibly uncomfortable for R7's bot lane.
See if they can. I feel like that bot lane is going to be where all eyes are focused, as we've got Xayah Rakan against Lucian Nami. It's always going to be a very hands-intensive bot lane, right? There's a lot of outplay potential in those two. But I mean, personally, storyline-wise, I'm looking up towards that top lane, right? Bin versus Bong, you just know it's going to be a banger.
I mean, our Mercedes-Benz featured matchup. We need to see if they can have the hands diff up there, or who can come out on top. I honestly feel like Bong got a decent matchup in the Olaf. Now he just has to prove it.
It's BLG's first ever time on the international stage. And for R7, this is redemption. This is their first time since 2020 Worlds. It's been a long time coming for both of these teams. And we've got to say it again. Our featured matchup up in that top lane, presented by Mercedes-Benz. It's BLG Bin versus R7 Bong. And you just know they're going to be going at it with that Olaf locked in for Bong.
I really want to see Bong getting control up here against Bin. K'Sante, obviously a very strong champion in the way they control the lane, but the fact you can just basically run this K'Sante down level 1, level 2 is exactly what Bong is looking for. Even his positioning here, you can see him very far forward in that top butch. He wants to try and catch the K'Sante as he initially comes into lane, but On might be caught here.
On stood on a ward, but has a ward of his own, so just going to get a slightly positive trade. Seo not actually able to get in range himself, so I mean, it's only a minor bit of poke, but it's the mental game in that bottom lane.
It's the looking back and forth go, you what, mate? You what? What are you going to do?
They are in London after all.
Exactly. You got to make the most of it. But at the moment, Bong trying to get onto this top side, just trying to see where Shun is starting. Doesn't quite spot the jungler, but will not even actually get a ward down to make sure they can see where Shun is going to start. So no real information going across just yet, apart from that ward that you can see for R7 on towards the Raptors.
Yeah, smart play by Shun there to start on his Wolves, so he's not spotted out, so that information isn't given away. Yagao on the Nautilus, already trading heavily in the mid lane, but an all-in on the bottom side as well. Elk charging on forward, still level 1 on both sides. It's an ignite for a heal in the end.
That's really not a trade that you want to try and make here as Lions and Seo. As Elk stepping forward again. This is not the amount of bullying you should get.
He just lost his flash, and he's still going forwards for these trades, and Lions really feeling the brunt of it.
Yeah, massively. The thing is, level 3 is where Lucian Nami really start to come alive. R7 are supposed to be the ones that can control level 1, level 2, because as you go in with the W on the Rakan, you also pop W in the Zai, you get the attack speed as the Rakan, and you can go for these heavily aggressive trades, but just not the case so far. And now, with those summoner spells burnt, I'll be curious to see exactly what the game plan is in that bot lane. I actually didn't spot that Elk had to flash in that though as well.
Speaking of the bot lane, Oddie moving over towards that quadrant of the map. And Shun in the vicinity. Oddie might actually go just towards those crooks to try and contest Shun himself. But it looks like he wants the lane. Dagda, he wants a gank here. Elk could be the target as Lions already very chunked out. Oddie going in, Elk no flash, but I don't think he's really worried about that one.
Can't go over aggressive because they know the Shun is probably on this bottom side. Level 3 versus the level 3 that was only just hit by Oddie as he started to come through there. So now Shun trying to see if he can get the invade.
Lions could be in big trouble here. Shun with a ward hop finds the Sonic Wave. It's on to Seo, not Lions, and he's not going to follow it up for now, but look how low the R7 health bars are. Shun wants to put the pressure on, and here comes the cavalry as well. In they go, Shun in a 1v3 to start the fight, but everyone trying to escape. No! Yagao blocked by the hero minion.
Okay, look, it's a relatively new pick in the mid lane, Yagao. We'll give you one, but still, really nice job by BLG and a massive wave that's about to be lost towards Seo. Look at the difference in the CS in that bot lane. 24-5 at the moment, plus the plays that have gone across. Elk is going to get a massive back here.
I mean, that is just filthy. 25-5 and so many minions going down to the tower. And the thing is, you've roamed on a Nautilus. It's not like Yagao's missing out massively in the mid lane. You don't really need the CS in the same way for a tank.
Yeah, you can see again, he's managed to get back here, keep the CS even. Shun now going to move up towards this crab on the top side to try and deny this one from Oddie as well. So Oddie very far behind when it comes towards the jungle, because he only did those 2 camps in the bot gank. He actually wasn't really able to keep up the pace with Shun, so nice start here already for BLG.
And I want to talk a little bit about Oddie if we can, as
you're not going to
put a bit of pressure. Yeah, I'm just looking at Yagao moving in towards him. Just going to clear vision for now, doesn't have Shun with him. But Oddie, he's been on R7 for a long old time. When you think about how this roster functions, it really is Oddie that is kind of the leadership in this squad. He's the veteran that everyone else can look to for advice. And now making it back to the international stage once again. It feels good to see him sat there on the stage here in London.
And a lot of that has been, hey, we're going to try and get this control over mid, get this control on bot, make sure we're keeping Seo lines in a good spot, and then we can actually use Miru, who's been able to get a lot of control in the LLA in that mid lane as that late game damage dealer, but not really working out for them so far with the early plays BLG have managed to make down towards that bot lane. And Yagao as well, kind of keeping Miru in check here, as you can see.
I didn't realize Nautilus could put this kind of lane pressure out, as Miru gets a little bonus trade on the backside of it, but Yagao certainly looking good in this matchup. And I guess it makes sense when you think about how Gragas functions. It's all about sustain and being able to just be the beefy bruiser. Well, when you're against a beefier bruiser, maybe that plan doesn't work out.
Also, just Emax damage is so high. It's really difficult to trade as well because the aftershock. So any of these aggressive trades that you're trying to make just don't really work out. So it's such a nice matchup, and why we're going to probably start to see it a little bit more as we move across the rest of MSI. Oddie, though, back on this bot side as this wave is starting to crash, but Seo's been forced to reset once more. A 20 nearly CS lead now opening up the bot lane.
Yep. And, you know, we saw the 20 CS lead build up off of that initial force away the 4-man play towards the bottom side, denying a lot of CS there from Seo. It's the fact that Elk and On have managed to maintain that CS lead. Quite often you see that early on, and then it sort of normalizes again. We're not seeing that right now. There is no normalization.
They do need to start turning this in towards objectives and stuff, though. Like, look towards dragons, like, look towards the Rift Tower that's going to spawn in just in a minute and a half's time. Like, actually start to pick up some things off the pressure you're getting for Yagao and Elk. Because, yes, the CS lead is nice, but you're kind of needing to convert these into bigger wins, just in case we start to hit that later portion of the game where the lack of AP damage or even a lot of damage coming from the top side is going to come back to bite them.
Well, Shun was in the area, but spotted on a control ward that will be cleared. And you can see the value of this Nautilus as well, and just the sheer wave clear that Yagao has. Just push and move, reminiscent of what Do and Bree brought to the table, to the international stage back in 2019. Kind of poetic yesterday that we saw G2 being the ones to bring the Nautilus mid after what Nautilus mid did to them in the finals. Elk taking a heavy chunk there, but it's Seo that keeps on getting the worst of these trades.
Shun, though, still on Dragon. You can see Oddie starting to move over. They want to maybe look to contest this, but you don't really have the control on bot side or even the control in mid. So Shun just going to start to heal up. Maybe a little bit nervous as he knows that Oddie's coming into the area. Yagao's here to protect, though.
I don't blame him for being a bit nervous. First game on the stage here, first game internationally for Shun as well. Xiagao trying to just body block, trying to be that bouncer, deny entry from 2 players, and does it successfully. The Shun may look for the blue buff instead, and invade will do.
I think if Shun gets this as well, he'll hit level 6. I think Audie's a little bit behind in terms of the experience, so that's why BLG trying to use that boss pressure to lean across towards this, and Shun just being a nuisance. If you can deny Audie the blue buff here, you should be able to deny him access to that level 6 before the Rift House spawns, so nice job. And even just again, 3 plates already gone on the bot side thanks to this pressure.
Yeah, almost a 4th, honestly, at this point. Shun, like you say, using that pressure to put pressure elsewhere on the map. Audie's moving over, Miru here as well, but Shun just throws up the thumbs up. The vision control, the deep vision that keeps on coming out from BLG has been so good. That ward being just out of range of the control ward, buying Shun so much information.
Yeah, the fact though is that Shun is still wasting a good bit of time. Like, Audie did get his wolves as this is all going on. You're getting the pressure on bot side now as Elk looking for the all-in. BLG want to go for the dive.
Yeah, happy to take tower shots for that play as Xiagao moves forward. Oh, the bubble is beautiful, and that is just gorgeous play from BLG. Audie arrives, but it's too little too late.
Perfect timing as well. This was the wave where R7's bot lane were probably going to hit level 6. The fact that they'd managed to just about deny it, get the kills, get on out, with Shun having the ultimate available for himself. Great timing by BLG.
And Miru, yes, building up a bit of a CS lead, will get himself 2 plates in the mid lane. So at least a silver lining on the side of R7. We'll get something for themselves, but 2,000 gold lead now in favor of BLG.
And if there's anyone on this roster you want to try and get some gold into it, it'll be Miru. He has been the late game carry, and he needs to carry this game when things are going this way for the bot side. Really good job here. Great bubble coming through from On even tanking up the turret. Knows there's no one who can really deal much damage to him on the backside, and even just an early heal coming through from On to make sure that they can tank up all that damage.
I mean, the fact that they get away with that without Xiagao even tanking, like, you look at that play, you expect it to be the Nautilus tanking the tower, but Xiagao only taking 1 shot right at the very end. As we are beyond the 8-minute mark and Shun starting to hover towards that top side where the Herald is up. Now going to 2v1 at the bottom side, but he doesn't seem to mind. Miru could be in trouble. Shun not going to pull the trigger for now.
Yeah, you need to find some way for R7 to get these wins on the map. Bong, even in the counter matchup, hasn't really created that much of a lead for himself. You can see there's actually a CS lead for Bin. Now they're trying to use that push and tops that they had to start up Rift Herald, but you can see where BLG are. They're not really in a position to follow up on this, but with BLG spotting R7, starting the Rift Herald, it may be time for another dive in the bot lane, and Shun is already moving in.
Yeah, I mean, Sayo just cannot catch a break. The CS lead is absurd. The amount of plate Selk is getting
level 5.
is absurd. And now Shun wants to go for another dive. Kicked into the wave. And my goodness, this is a tidal wave of pressure to the bottom side.
This isn't even fair. The man is still level 5. He doesn't have the ult available. Yes, he has the flash, but kick into the wave. You're CC'd for days. There's no hope of you surviving that. Really nice stuff from BLG, but heartbreaking for the LLA representative.
I mean, before 11 minutes, they've taken the bot lane tower. This is brutal. Bin and Bong in a 1v1, and it's Gigabin in the top side to find his solo kill.
Bin finding the advantage in the counter matchup as well. This was the matchup to keep our eyes on. We're hoping Bong might have been able to get some advantages, but it is not going to be the case. Shun now, just spot Audie line starting to move over here, on the way, trying to contest this dragon. I don't know if you want to take this R7.
I feel like we started off with a fairly slow kickoff to this game, but BLG have started to turn it on, right? Kills in the bottom side. A 1v1 from Bin in the top lane as well, who, we've been talking about bot lane plays. Bin's almost taken 4 by himself.
It's a bit of a diffy bunch, I'm not going to lie. This game could definitely be going better for R7. But of course, like, it is BLG, the second seed coming through from one of the top regions of the world. Like, the LLA knew that they were up against an absolute giant in this one, and at the moment, BLG living up to their namesake.
And I think it's worth mentioning in that top lane that this is what Bin does. It's not necessarily that Bin is going to get 1 million solo kills every single game. He does get 1. Let's take a look at the replay first. I'll return to the stats.
Look, sometimes the stats don't tell the full story, but really nice stuff for Bin here. You can see just playing around the fact that he gets away from the axe on the opposite side, so a lot of that damage coming through from Bong is taken off the board, and then able to turn it around, and Bong, he knows.
He's got a good sense of humor about it, apparently, because realizing that he's made a mistake. Crucially there, Bin playing off of the power spike of having that Thornmail, really reducing the sustain that Olaf's bringing to the table. But I want to talk quickly about Bin's laning if I can. CSD at 15, 8.1 on average. That's second in the league. His gold difference at 15, second in the league. His XP difference at 15, first in the league. This is a guy that will take an advantage in that top lane, and he will run away with things. He will never let them back in.
And that's why it's so exciting to see him back at the international events. Like, every time we seem to get him at this, there's some massive play that he makes that absolutely pops off. We got the Gangplank against G2. The first ever pentakill in a World Finals was by Bin as well. And even the Cassante, what is supposed to be a bit of a tank hybrid, showing up big here against R7. Starting to move around the map though. Looking at the mid lane, we've already got the Lucian here. Looking at Shun, just trying to play off on the side. Seeing if they can use the fact that you've got a very fed Lucian Nami with those first items complete to put the hurt down.
The damage onto Seo there. Elk knows how to put the pressure down. We talk about the mythic spike, right, for Lucian Nami. Well, they're feeling mythic today, that's for sure. Bin could be in trouble as Bong getting the damage out, but he's not quite. Oh, he turns it around! Bong rips him apart!
The axe has come down at the perfect moment, but it may not be done yet. Adi needed to be here for Shun, waiting over the wall. Damage has been healed up.
Lions does get knocked up. Seo taking a chunk as well from Elk. That Imperial Mandate. And I feel like they're just playing at arm's length. They're not necessarily committing to these all-ins. They're just making sure that Seo can never step up to the weight.
And that's all they need to do. The fact that you have this Xayah who's in a really dire spot now. Adi trying to move down to the bot lane and kind of all in onto the Gragas, see if he can get Miro ahead with the Rift Tower that's about to time out. No one on BLG is here, which is why we're getting the quick TP coming through from Bin. And even looking at Yago in this top side. But that does leave Elk in this mid to get a ton of poke damage off. And you just can't step up with this Xayah at all.
Almost 2,000 gold from plays as Elk. Oh my days! What is that damage onto Lions? And the flash burn as well. I mean, if Elk wasn't strong enough already, a bonus kill chucked in there. See the goal difference pretty heavily in favor of Elk right now.
Yeah, that's a bit of a struggle there. Really nice play from Elk though, and again, this is why you play the Lucian Nami, try and put them into the mid lane. They are so incredibly strong when they hit both mythics, and with BLG getting them so early, they've been able to punish so incredibly effectively, and even getting a ton of those plates in the mid lane as well. Like, you can see it there, 2.5k gold.
Yeah.
Nearly a second item already at 14 minutes, well, 15 minutes for Elk.
Well, Odi just about gets away with his life there. Bin saw him and you can see that killer instinct. He just sees red as soon as that monkey's on his screen.
Oh, Miru in a lot of trouble. Shun hurrying off the side here. Odi is waiting in the wings though.
Yeah, I don't think they can pull the trigger on a play here. Shun doesn't actually have that much damage. Has the Gore Drinker, but realistically not the biggest damage item. Will get a bunch of Krugs off the back of the play. Has to jump away to his control ward. Surprised he used a control ward there. He actually had a normal ward available.
Yeah, just trying to make his way out. 4-7 though, investing a lot onto this top side to make sure they're fine. Interesting to see even just that they're playing off of the two waves here as well as Bin going into the bot side.
Oh, here we go, 1v1 once again. Bin versus bot. He's gone. He flies over the wall. And obviously the Ragnarok denies it. And there's a pick in the jungle onto Shun as well. R7 finding their moment. Oh, Odi, wait the culling. Oh my days, Lions managing to block it in the meantime. Bin could be in trouble, but Yagao moving over. Miru's here. It's a 2v2 between the solo laners, but Bin nowhere near the play right now. Yagao's alone. He doesn't have that much damage to work with. It's two tanks, and this Olaf will shred them. Yagao in trouble. Knock-up is there. Bin gets the churn on through the health bars. Bomb goes down. Miru next on the chopping block, and BLG with a straight-up hand stiff.
That is not allowed! How did they go in with about a quarter of their health and managed to turn that one around? The amount of healing that was coming through, the shielding and everything, they just couldn't do anything.
I thought that Bong was going to go crazy on the Olaf there against two tanks, but just thrown about. His Ragnarok was on cooldown. He couldn't fight the way that he wanted to. Just phenomenal play, as you expect from Bin and Yagao.
Really good stuff, and the fact that you managed to turn that now means the Shun moves down, get the second dragon here for BLG. They've shoved in that wave so they get nice resets. May not be able to get up in time towards this Rift Tower, but I think if Shun immediately roams across, they might be able to, but we're just going to catch this on the replay here. This is the invade coming in onto top side. The Shun comes across. I'm not sure.
This is a bold invade.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is not exactly where you want to be, Shun. The fact they managed to pick him off is just kind of a little bit overconfident, I will say. And then Adi trying to see if he can get the culling down to try and turn around, but it's not quite enough.
Yeah, then obviously the 2v2 in the bottom side, exceptionally close, and it looks fantastic. Oh, hang on, we're going back to live because Miru's already gone down. Odi next on the chopping block. The tidal wave is perfect once again, and Seo, you're going nowhere on this one. Elk with the chase down. Bong next. Look at the damage out from Elk. That is obscene.
That was absolutely disgusting, and now BLG, they just get to push in mid. There's absolutely no way that R7 can try and fight back against this, and once more, Rift Tower is going to be started up by Shun. So now instead of looking for tier 2s a lot of the times with this Rift Tower, they can maybe crack up the base. Wait, what?
He's CC immune, he's going for the 1v3 play, but I'm not sure he's got the damage to pull that one off. Elk finishes the job. In fact, Yagao getting the kill hit. Yagao's got 4 kills on Nautilus, by the way.
What a lad. I am loving the fact that we're getting to see this Nautilus more and more. Even though we don't have the regular setup that we expect, it's still looking great.
I just want to mention Bin in the interview before this game saying, you know, this tournament, I've got to come in and I've got to be the carry. Last time I got carried by my team, this time I'm carrying my team. Well, not today, Bin, because look at Yagao right now.
Yeah, I mean, picking up the double kill bot, one more for himself, 10 stacks on the Dark Seal as well. So Nautilus actually churning out a good chunk of damage. And now with the Rift out in tow, you can just keep so much pressure for 7. Bin on the bot side, can he 1v2? We already had the 2v2 at play, but I don't know, Miru doesn't quite have the Service Embrace completed, but no magic resistance to Bin. I don't know if you fully want to take this fight.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it would depend on how good the all-out is, but it doesn't look like Miru is going to step into a position where that's really an option for Bin. And you can see heavy focus towards the top side now for BLG. Everybody moving over there. Bin with the teleport available, and out goes Seo once again. The culling just shredding R7's bot lane. Nearly gets to tier 2 in the mid lane off the back of it.
It's just the immediate, I'm sorry, I'm just going to back away from here. Yeah. You can have the tower, you can have whatever you want, just leave me alone. And now with that, well, you already won mid, so you just get to push in top. Bong is on his own because Lion's already invested onto that bottom side to try and help out the push from Miru. So there's not a huge amount you can do. At least having the Ravenous Hydra now completed means he's gets a decent amount of wave clear, but it's still BLG controlling the map.
So the mid tier 2 taken, and now you see Elk and On move up to his top side. Herald in play, and this should be a top tier 2 as well. But Elk not staying to commit. He's going to go for the mid wave instead. Not even needed, because the rest of BLG will deal with the tower. And this is just top side domination from BLG as Baron spawns onto the map.
And at this stage, it's kind of everything the BLG want. You got a 11,000 gold lead. R7 trying to move in, but I don't know if they want to try and take this fight. BLG considering it, but with Bin on the bot side, they don't want to invest that TP, and what they will just back away.
I feel like it's worth mentioning, because we've not talked about the actual gold difference right now. It's 10,000 in favor of BLG at the 20-minute mark. That's 500 gold a minute that they're building up for themselves ahead of R7. Couple of wards drop down in the Baron area as resets come on through.
I think it was only supposed to be one ward. Those dropped down in that Baron area. I think one would have been short, but
yeah. I wasn't going to say it. I wasn't going to call him out like that.
You know, I like, salt wound. It's all good.
Yeah, tough one so far for R7, it has to be said. But hey, what a debut for BLG. Remember, this is their first game internationally ever as an organization. And we keep talking about Bin returning to MSI to try and defend his trophy. He won MSI on RNG last year, but he's not the only one, because the coach as well, Tabe, joined this team halfway through the split and kind of turned the fortunes around for BLG, it has to be said. Managing to make it all the way to finals, managing to make it to MSI. He was the coach on RNG last year. He was the coach alongside Bin that took that trophy.
Now let's see what BLG can try and achieve coming into MSI, second seed for the LPL. I mean, R7 trying their damnedest here. One of the organizations with a very storied history with 14 championships to their name. But at the moment, looks like BLG is just a bit too far for them. I have to see as Miru going to be jumped on.
Well, Elk certainly has the damage to finish this one off, and Yagao flashes for the hook. Lions in a little too late. To demolish proc. Actually, BLG backing away, not wanting to tank the tower, waiting for that minion wave to finish the job as Bong just gets a chunk taken out of him. And I feel like Elk has always been an aggressive AD carry. He's giving us a case study on how to play Lucian Nami in this game.
I mean, it's just nice to see that Elk has kind of roped himself in a little bit, kind of kept it a little bit easier.
Yeah. This is the roped in bit.
Yeah, I know.
This is tuned down.
Because back in the day, this was not the case, but yeah, the Lucian Nami popping the head off, 5-0-5. I mean, 2 full items nearly ahead of his counterpart. They absolutely destroyed the bot lane with help from Yagao and Shun. and showing that even with a composition that we said, hey, needs to get ahead in the early game, wants to make sure they close this game out quickly, they are putting their foot down in this one.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to worry too much about damage types when you are, 12,000 gold ahead.
Yeah.
It's,
if the enemy kind of forward armor, it makes it a little bit more difficult.
Smart. Well, Baron next on the chopping block here, as On goes over to clear away some vision. BLG, a team that not necessarily known for, like we were talking yesterday about... Okay, I'll just go for a ride. We were talking yesterday about PSG and they're like really immaculate Baron control. BLG are willing to scrap for that Baron control. They don't necessarily need complete vision dominance. They're happy to use that Baron to start a fight.
Looks like that's exactly what they're going to do now. This Baron will not go down particularly quickly with the composition that they have, but they also will lose a huge amount of health trying to take this Baron as well. You can see the blistering pace that health bar is going down at.
Oh, Tidal Wave comes across the enemy team as Yagao moves forward. Seo's there. Elk just shredding Bong right now. Featherstorm already comes on through, but Shun's gone too deep. Perhaps a chance for R7 as they find a pick onto the jungler, but they're answered with their own. And a hook from Yagao sets up for the double. And Elk making R7 look like a deer in headlights. Yagao with another as Bong has given up on the situation.
Triple kill comes through for Elk. Miru is the only one to escape, and BLG will return immediately back towards the big purple worm. Again, the ability to just start off these fights and turn over. Everyone apart from Bin has a way to get over the wall, and even he's willing to invest a splash to make that happen. So BLG just able to make the play work.
I think it's fair to say that right now, Billy are gaming. They are absolutely game. 8-0-6 on Elk. 5-0-7 on Yagao. And we talked about, I said in Champs Select foolishly that this Nautilus pick is not a carry pick, that it's not going to be doing that much damage. I mean, he's got 10 stacks on a Dark Seal that's just been turned into a Medjai's.
I mean, I love the confidence from Yagao, but you can see here, I thought it was a bit of an early wave coming through from On because it didn't really see with the Fog of War on that Yagao was coming through, but immediately they got the follow-up there, and even though they lose Shun at the start of this, the damage from Elk is insane. Like, watch him just pop Audie's health bar here. 1-2 shots, third final comes through, and then they're just able to chase these down with the Gale Force. And even Bin, I'm not sure what happened to Bong here. I don't know if he was trying to wait for Seo to get back. It was like, oh, I can blast cone into the base. He was trying to maybe... I think he was trying to style it a little bit, accidentally hit Bin, and was like, I've made a terrible decision here.
That hook from Yagao as well is like pixel perfect for the timing of that blast cone. Denies the escape. Bong ends up going down, and now BLG. I mean, we saw the pressure they were putting on without a Baron. You can believe that they'll take a few towers here. 2 minutes to work with on their Red Bull Baron power play. And I mean, I have no concerns that they can take at least one inhib tower here. But I'm looking towards R7. I'm looking towards that miracle fight. They got to pick on Shun in the previous one.
Man, I don't know if a miracle fight's even going to happen. I'm not funny there, but maybe here.
Almost a pick onto Elk, but it's Audie to go down instead as the Cullen comes on through. And it will be R7 that are cold. Bin comes out on the backside. Miro kicked into the team. Does find Elk, but the healing is there and keeps himself alive. Bin zoning the squad. As Bong now chasing down Elk. Elk just like looking for the next contender as he takes them down one by one. His whole squad just bounces and he's chilling in the club. It's 2 Nexus Towers going down. It's a 26-minute victory for BLG and a dominant entrance to MSI.
A welcome to BLG to the international stage. They're looking damn clean as they pick up game 1.
Absolutely magnificent stuff there. See Elk very happy with that win. It's a 1-0 start. R7 not out of the picture just yet. It's best of 3, so they've got a little bit of time to work on this one. They can go back to the drawing board. And we saw in the interview, they were coming in saying, look, we are the underdogs. We're expecting this to be a hard one. You see the BLG players actually stretching out after that one. Yeah. That's just a wake up for them.
I mean, look, let's be realistic for R7. You're playing against BLG, who second place in the LPL, but pushed JDG the distance the entire way through. And coming in from one of the high representatives of the LPL, you always expect them to be a very, very difficult organization. So it's not unfair to say that BLG are fairly highly favored going into this.
Honestly, it's kind of funny watching like BLG just looking completely chill in the current situation. We're like, second day of MSI, it's their international debut. to BLG. It's just another Wednesday.
Yeah, they heard Goldberg, actually. They heard him saying they were rejects, and they were like, excuse you? What did you call us? Because I was like, I did think, like, BLG, although they are, like, a bunch of players that have come together that I don't think a lot of people had faith in, it's been incredible to see how they work together, right? Yagao kind of providing that rock in the mid lane that Shun can play off, that can lean into that bot side, letting Elk and On do their thing, and then obviously Bin just, he's such a monster, man. This guy's insane.
I mean, like, Bin, Elk, On, all players from 2020, On, Suning, On, WE, two of the teams that I absolutely loved, so it feels so good to see them joining forces years later and having international success. Bin, you know, we've seen him have international success. The first ever Worlds pentakill on a Fiora. Fiora's not even meant to team fight, and he manages to get a pentakill with it. He's certainly a powerful player. That's going to be it from us on the desk until game number 2. But for the meantime, I'm going to kick it over to Law.
Merci beaucoup, messieurs. Thank you so much. Amazing game on the side of BLG here to kick off their run at MSI 2023. And what a smashing victory that was to be.
That was, that's what we classify as a stomp. I believe.
Yeah, let's put words on this.
Yeah. Do you have other words for it?
No, that's a universal term right there for pretty much everyone watching that game. It was completely in control of BLG all the way, basically from minute 1, it felt like, when they started stacking the bot wave and making all that happen, and didn't really let up from there. Just look at Elk's damage. That is disgusting.
Oh, wow. Well, when you see the PGB like this, you're like, it reminds me of TV shows, be like, hey kids, you're probably wondering how we got here. So let's roll that a bit and talk about BLG and how they built this lead. Before that, I want to take a quick hit on the draft and the meta as a whole, because we're starting to see what the meta at MSI is going to look like, but I was surprised maybe to see such a priority on Nautilus being the first pick on blue side here, and also the return of Lucian Nami. We know how much LPL teams love that duo.
Yeah, I think the Nautilus going forward in this tournament is going to be a huge pick for everyone, both in terms of its power in the mid lane, the flexibility that it gets. Maybe that's what baited the kind of like Xayah Rakan insta-pick, and then you can go Lucian Nami into it. I think the fact that Lucian was not hit when we saw, you know, being one of the most popular champions worldwide. Zeri got touched, she's still getting played, but of course, no surprise, see Lucian Nami still in the meta.
Yeah, I think the meta is just shaping up around that Nautilus. It's going to be interesting to see how much further it develops, because in play-in stages, so many times we've also seen the likes of Amumu at one of the Worlds, and then when it came to main stage, it was actually Yuumi that was broken. And so this is just the start of the tournament. There's more stuff that's coming for sure, and then you start theory crafting, okay, what's actually good into the Nautilus? Should we just ban it? It's going to be curious to track that.
Yeah, and that's interesting. You have play-in meta and then main event meta usually, and you don't know what picks are going to stay or not, as you said. But when you look at Xayah, Rakan, and Lucian Nami, you know exactly how the early game is going to look like.
Yeah, that was rough, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know if I knew exactly how bad that was gonna get for the side of R7. I mean, God, Elk and On just looked so good on this champion. The back steps as people went in over and over. From the very first minute, when he blew this flash to just win the trade, I was
baffled. I thought to myself, what have I just witnessed? They still make it work. And then in this instance, when the jungler comes around, you've already dodged out on the grand entrance, so there's no real follow-up. You can actually come through it. And you can see every single play that they actually make here at the 4-minute mark with the plays they're making right now. This gives them an 800 gold lead with the movements that they're making here.
Yeah, and it just kept getting worse and worse for them. I mean, Elk was on point with all his backsteps on every time the Rakan kind of W'd in. And they were chipping this turret down by themselves, making the whole kind of game about them. The fact that Shun just kept coming bot side, Yagao also making these plays happen. They're chipping the turret down over and over again.
And it's just like, we were talking about a top lane matchup, right? But that was not really where the junglers
no.
That was more in a singular setting. But here it's all about keep forcing the Xayah out of lane, keep dropping the waves, just take the trades. We got the Nami heal afterwards, we have to sustain, and we have the mid laner with move prio every single time. And it just made it so much easier to play, to the point when they were done with these kind of trades, they were up at like 2.4.
Yeah, I think that was first blood much later on. You know, we were expecting this bloody game from moment one, but it's actually very controlled lane dominance that, you know, they tried to make plays happen, but they didn't actually overextend. It's something that, you know, for the LPL team, sometimes you expect to see.
Yeah.
So it was really cool to see that level of aggression without going overboard.
Having a bit more fun, but yeah, as you said, really controlled here, and all this bot side action.
What is this creeper cam?
Hello there. What are you doing there?
The ready room backstage looked amazing from the team. Thanks to production for this. But yeah, we're saying just because the early game was so bot lane focused and everyone was just focusing on bot lane, it left the floor open for top lane to have just a classic 1 versus versus 1 that we were expecting. And the featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, Bin versus Bong,
just before
back and forth. I want to see you guys. Okay, what's the count?
Yeah, so we have a counter here. This is the first one. We'll see. We'll actually keep track of the score.
Yeah.
In this one specifically, it is Bin that comes out on top with that flash. The jungle proximity of our two top laners here as well was 4.4 and 4.2. It was very individual between the two.
And look at here.
Yeah, Bong answering back, showing that he's not going to get taken advantage of there. The final E to finish him off. It wasn't the last fight, though, because while this wasn't a 1v1, it started with a 1v1 that both mid laners kind of collapsed into and just barely outplayed. I thought for sure the Olaf was going to run this one over with kind of better sustained DPS without his ultimate up.
And you almost saw it as well, but it's the fact that there's no ultimate available any longer in the back end of that fight. Almost gets taken off here, but once again, some flashes coming through. And we don't count kills, we count fights. So with these fights being over and the kills coming through, we should have a scoreline currently of 2-1 leading with Bin.
What can we expect though for the second game? R7 staying on the same side. We saw that for the first game they let Bong had the last pick, so you want to give him options and you want to give him ways not to win lane maybe, but at least hold the fort. So
yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where you expect Bin, if given counter pick, to have a much more substantial lead this game. The Cassante was something that he was safe blinding and still was getting a solo kill. Yeah. So it is something where if, you know, R7 go blue side, suddenly you're going to have this last pick top side coming in.
Yeah, and let's be real, none of this game came down to the draft initially, right? It is just the individual prowess between the players and obviously the team play as well from BLG with the mid lane having so much move down towards the bottom side. But, you know, who knows? If you want to be optimistic, best of threes, we've seen it before where it was an enormous stomp in the first game. Then going into the second game, suddenly the coins would just flip. But, you know, do I believe it? I'm not too sure, but, you know, I'm trying to
ban the Lucian. I don't know. There's another thing you can do. Ban the Lucian, because that's something that had been banned a handful of times in the series yesterday. I think you left it up. You did your little experiment. Don't do it again.
Don't do it again. We'll see, because that's all for us here on Game 1. Let's see if BLG can close out things when they return, or if R7 can come back. See you soon.
As Yagao moves forward, oh, the bubble is beautiful, and that is just gorgeous play. This is brutal. Bin and Bong in a 1v1, and it's Gigabin in the top side to find his solo kill. They're feeling Mythic today, that's for sure. Bin could be in trouble as Bong getting the damage out, but he's on quite. Oh, he turns it around! And now Sean wants to go for another dive, kicked into the wave. It's a 26-minute victory for BLG and a dominant entrance to MSI. Welcome back, everybody, for game number 2 here, our second day of MSI 2023. And you can see our players stepping back out onto the stage. Looking confident, it has to be said, and I think for BLG, rightly so, looking phenomenal in game number 1. I'm Muchballs, joined by Dagda, once again reunited, if you will, after, what was it, 261 days, I think, since our last cast together?
It's been a while. But yeah, it's glad to be here, and I mean, we're getting to see the BLG we all expected to be here as well, right? Looking absolutely spectacular after that game 1. We're going to see if they can try and rinse and repeat coming into game number 2. But even with a composition that we're like, hey, look, if this goes late, this could be an issue. They just never let it get to that stage.
I mean, we didn't even get close to late, did we? Yeah. The way that Elk was playing in that game, like sheer confidence on the Lucian. And the rest of the composition basically built around being able to let him do that, being able to just jump in on top of that Lucian and play body block, just play to protect him. And you can see smiles across the faces of the BLG players. I'm hoping for a little bit more early aggression from R7 here. I want them to take it to BLG in this draft and show us that, you know, they can make things happen in the early game too.
Yeah, it felt a little bit tough in the last game. Burning summer spells early, getting punished then by the roams coming through from Yagao in the mid lane. But we'll have to see what the side of R7 come back with. Miru, I think, looks as like the silverest of lines, fairly decent on the Gragas. I hope he gets his hands on it again. They can try and play with it a bit more. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Nautilus ban actually come through, though. Just try and give yourself a little bit more options, and immediately, actually, it's already there.
I mean, in game number 1, we saw BLG bullying Sayo. And now in the bans for game number 2, we already see them bullying Sayo. That Draven taken off the board, we mentioned it in the previous one. Sayo responsible for all but 1 Draven bans in the LLA this year. But the Xayah, what he played in game number 1, taken off the board as well. But the Nautilus, taken away by R7, so no more mid lane shenanigans there.
Yeah, we have to see exactly what the answer's going to be. Yagao is more than happy to go back towards some of his tried and tested picks, like the Veigar is obviously a big one for him. It's more about him being a facilitator for the rest of the team, and when you've had such, I'm going to just say maniacs on the side lane, I'm not surprised that he kind of tends to go back towards your more kind of calmer mid laners here. But Lucian going to be banned away as well, so a lot of a focus on towards the bot lane and trying to make sure the Sayon Lions have an easier time.
Well, we talked about the Nidalee for Shun. He doesn't need a Nautilus in the mid lane to play this. It's a classic. It's a signature for Shun. Instant first pick on the blue side. We'll see what R7 are going to lock in to try and shut that down, because this is going to be all about winning lanes now.
Yeah, especially if you can manage to get the push for BLG in a lot of these lanes, that's where you're going to have the issue, because Shun can look for invades, especially with Yagao going to support him. We saw him a lot when he plays things like Kindred. This is the kind of style that they go for. And even something like a Jace as well, that you can try and go for. Flex between bin, even if you want to, and just make sure you're guaranteed push in one of the side lanes, and you can then look to invade off that, or look for a Renekton and go for the dives instead.
Well, the Rakan going to be locked in for R7. A little surprised to see the Rakan prioritize so heavily, especially with Xayah already taken off the table, but Oddie goes for an elite. A bit of aggression there, and I like to see that. We've got 2 of those, kind of the most aggressive AP junglers available. I can see the Renekton keeps on getting cycled over. I feel like that's a classic with both of these junglers.
I was going to say, I'm a bit nervous about the Kennen as well. Massive, massive pick in the LPL all throughout playoffs. Wouldn't be surprised to see it taken, although would lead your top side probably pretty AP heavy, but there you go. It is going to be the Renekton, and I think Bong is going to be feeling a little bit of pressure this game.
Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, BLG going full on vintage LPL there with the Renekton Nidalee. I feel like this is a classic. And then why not scaling bot lane, something that you can just take over the game later on.
And it's a very similar game to what, or at least composition to what we saw from G2 yesterday, right? They were like, hey, we're going to go with Nidalee, we'll take the Jinx, we'll have a ton of long range. We have a top laner that traditionally kind of sucks when you get to the later portion of the game, and kind of isn't great unless you can find flanks. But if the enemy team has to play into you because you've got this range, it can work out incredibly well. Gisante now going to come through for Bong, hoping that he can time some of that invulnerability or the unstoppable in that top side to make sure he can deal with the CC this Renekton is going to offer.
That's what you got to hope for. Bong kind of feeling the wrath of the Gisante in game number 1, now locking it in for himself for game number 2. So we'll see how he fares in the top side. Managing to do well on that Ola, finding himself that solo kill over Bin as well in the top lane. Thresh banned away. It's a classic combination alongside the Jinx. I'm curious if they'll ban something like a Tahm Kench as well, try and really deny any safety in the bottom lane.
I imagine that's probably your best bet. I'm curious to see what Audie's game plan is, because obviously we heard the desk talk about it, we've mentioned as well. Bong doesn't get a lot of resources, so do they try to counteract the plays in top side and match Shun when he goes up there? Or are you going to look to try and play around that bot side and cross-map instead? And at least with that Tahm Kench ban as well, and a lot of that safeties you're talking about much being removed, it feels like the game plan for Audie is I'm going to double down on bot lane and see if we can try and find the success we need for Sale there.
And that kind of feels like the classic for R7. From what I've seen in their vaults and from what I've heard, like they love to play through Sale, they love to play on the bot. I mean, the fact that we're talking about Draven bans tells you that this is a team that wants to play through a carry in the bottom side. Ezreal could be a lock-in that we've started to see potentially some changes coming in. Could be a strong champion to lock in, but we'll see where R7 do decide to go alongside a Rakan here.
I mean, the Aphelios would be the more obvious one to go back towards. I think it's just been a stellar matchup into the Jinx for quite a while. We only have one game for Seo over the course of spring, though. It was a win with a 23 KTA from that game, so went pretty well, but not something that we see a huge amount from. And with the Thresh and the Tahm Kench banned away, it looks like Lulu is going to be the answer here for On, just to give a ton of opportunities for Elk in those later game fights.
Yeah, I will say for Seo, like when you're against a Nidalee and a Renekton that have to walk at you, Aphelios is certainly the pick that you want. That kind of situation. Jace locked in, though, as the final pickup for BLG. If you didn't think Nidalee had enough poke already, that Jace is certainly going to round that out.
You can even get a rapid fire to Jinx and just go like, hey, we're over across the other side of the map, but we're still getting a couple of pop shots at you. This is BLG just trying to play a range. The thing is, though, they don't have a huge amount of engage here to try and like push forward their advantages or even set up for a lot of this long range damage. So this is definitely a case of, okay, well, we have push in mid, we have push in bot, we have even a good amount of control on top side. Let's see how much damage we can work with Shun to control that jungle on the opposite side, and then lean that into the tower control as well.
Yeah, I'm curious about this R7 composition now that we've got an ASOL locked in the mid lane, the first of the tournament here. And I feel like there's a lot of pressure on Audie to be the early game here. With an Aphelios in the bottom lane, with an ASOL in the mid lane, there's a lot of scaling on this side, but not that much presence early on.
Yeah, Audie has to basically find ways to deal with the pressure that BLG are going to want to put down. If you get to the late game, R7 just have so much damage that can come through. They have some decent engage with the Rakan, but Rakan generally wants to be kind of a secondary engage tool, not your primary engage tool. So it feels like a lot of this is going to be a case of, can we land the cocoon for the Rakan to follow up? Can we get the Rakan flank? Can we find a Gisante flank in that later portion of the game? It's just a case of trying to weather the storm in the early stages, because with the amount of lane priorities that BLG have, there's going to be a ton of pressure going everywhere in the map.
I mean, we saw it in game number 1 with a pretty different draft. You still expect that same pressure from BLG. And I'm looking towards Yagao in that mid lane on Jace as well. I feel like Jace mid was a massive power pick in LPL. We saw it banned a ton. Yagao certainly a mechanically gifted mid laner that can make things happen on that pick. The pressure, the push that you can have against, I would say, most matchups, honestly, with Jace. He's going to be able to get out onto the map just like we saw in game number 1, but this time he's got damage.
Loaded onto the Rift for game number 2 here, BLG versus R7.
I don't know if you heard that, but we've got BLG Gyos going on here in London. The BLG fans coming out in force today to celebrate their team. And don't forget as well, if you are watching at home, to get involved with your Prime Gaming. Grab yourself that Gotham emote. It's all going on in the chat. But I'm looking towards R7 here, Rob. I want to see a miracle. I want to see them defy expectations, if you will.
I'm looking to see if they can try and get to that later game scaling. You've already got the Aphelios there. You've got this massive Aurelion Sol in the mid lane. And it's been a while since we've seen Aurelion Sol at the international stage. This is the first Aurelion Sol mid lane at an international event since MSI 2018. So we have to see if Miru can try and pick up a win for the first time. It is a tough one though, as BLG already trying to put the pressure down here.
Shun going to be seen, Yagao going to be seen. Seo gets caught by the spear. Shun already starting as he means to go on, just hammering away. Seo sidesteps the spear, sidesteps the shock blast, but forced to flash away. It's a big moment for BLG, starting as they mean to go on.
Leave Seo alone. What has he done to BLG? Every single game, he's just been the focus of BLG's attention the entire way through, already getting a flash from this Aphelios and putting a lot of pressure on Oddie as well.
You're saying what has he done? But this is Shun's jungle. For anyone that's not watched Shun play League of Legends before, both jungles are his jungle. Oddie has no right to be here near Shun's second Gromp. And speaking of, Shun's actually going to go for the 1v1, but it ain't a 1v1! And Oddie says, no! That's my Gromp!
He storms the castle and takes it back. Oddie getting the kill on the board for himself, and now even Yagao feeling a bit of hurt here.
Can this keep on going? Miru, good little trade. Can he look for more? Yagao walks out of range off the damage, looking for a bit of a trade back himself. Flash is available on both sides, but Miru bringing that power from the LLA that we've all heard about.
And I love the fact that Miru is going this aggressive here. That Oddie had already pushed Shun out, so he knows he can try and play up. Doesn't have to worry about the Nidalee coming in anytime soon. And now you're getting that control in mid that you need. Having that help for Oddie means that he's going to be in a good spot now and can actually start to go against some of these invades if Shun tries to make anything happen with the XP advantage he has. Even the quick reset for the Amplifying Tome to give him a bit more damage in those 1v1 trades.
Yagao already forced out of lane. This is already a much different performance to what we saw in game number 1. R7 showing up and showing us what they are made of. Miru has been a shining light for them in the mid lane all year long. Now doing it on the international stage as Oddie moves up to punish Bin for overstepping, forces the flash out, red buff in play as Bin tries to go for the all-in, but he's all out of plays on this one, and Oddie finds his second of the game.
And the LLA is still alive in this one. R7 coming out swinging in this early game. Great play onto the top side. Oddie again getting involved. We said, hey look, if you can get this game under control in the early stages for R7, Aurelion Sol Aphelios in the late game is nothing to sniff at. So Yagao gonna fail to hurt once more. Miru.
Oh, Yagao could be in trouble here. Actually does the old switcheroo, swap sides in the mid lane, but Miru ain't done just yet. Procs another Comet, getting that damage down, dodges the shock blast, and just making it look easy, has to be said.
He's been doing a fantastic job. He ends up opting in towards the biscuits in the early stages, so he knows, hey look, especially with the greedier start from Yagao going for the refillable potion, not the 3 pots, I have more health, I have more revitalization here. I can go for these aggressive trades, come out on top because I have more of the tank, and now the bot lane.
Seo wants a bit of revenge for what's happened in the previous game, but he doesn't know that Shun's behind him. It's a great spear onto Lions. Oddie nowhere near. Oddie's currently in the top lane Tribrush. He's trying to make a play on the opposite side of the map as the wave finally crashes, but Shun's already done it. Who needs to dive when you can kill him before the minions even arrive? The polymorph denies everything as Elk grabs himself a kill. In the meantime, Bin goes down for the counterplay of R7.
And that's the second time now Oddie's got up to that top side. Finally giving Bong a little bit of help, and it's coming at dividends for 2 kills on the top end, for 1 in the bot. Some plates for BLG as well. At least BLG gets something back, but R7 still playing the cross map well.
And once again, look at the CS difference in that bottom side. It is 40 to 18, with Elk starting cult as well. But Oddie, he ain't done with this early game just yet. Yagao, I think, knows he's in trouble. Can he escape is the question. Oni, flash available, but not going to pull the trigger. Yagao really struggling here.
Definitely is, and the fact that he managed to get away there is just because you saw the resets coming through on bot, and he wasn't sure where they are, but Miru holding this wave at arm's length from Yagao, just making sure that he's falling further and further behind. We thought this Jace would get a lot more control here, but Miru, we talked about how important he has been for R7. He's stepping up again. Miru has been incredible when it comes towards his stats. Second in KDA over in LLA. Massive amount of kill participation for the squad as well. We'll have to see if he can put on that performance now with the Aurelion Sol again.
It's looking good so far. Hits level 6 and looks for an all-in onto Yagao. Knocked back with the Comet.
Oh, we got
falls out of the sky, pulls him in. and forces the flash. Miru wants solo kills. Shun could be in trouble as he's going toe-to-toe. Spider versus Cougar. Who wins it out? It's the Spider so far. Shun dives back in to find his solo kill. As On actually denies the solo kill, gets an assist for himself there. Miru, though, can't bully when there's 3 people in his lane.
Still going to put a lot of damage on towards On here. As you can see that start to spike up. Going to be able to back away, can collect this wave. There's a nice kill going across, but now Elk in trouble.
Elk in a 2v1 and still trying to go for it. The Flame Choppers mean it's a 1v1 and a zap as well. Lions getting punished so heavily by Elk.
Trying to trade effectively onto Elk because he knows that Oddie's in the vicinity, just making his way down into this bottom side. Oddie knows there's a ward in that brush, so doesn't want to show himself as Sayo steps up.
And On actually winning out the trades against the Amelos. Elk flashes over the knock-up, finds his rocket, the zap on the wrong target, and Sayo on a breath of health barely walks away, and you just know Elk is walking up to this tower. The enemy ADC is gone, and this is a buffet to Elk. He's going to take as many plates as he wants.
Shun, can he get the spear? Doesn't know that they're still in the bush. Doesn't know he's walked over a vision as well, so Shun does need to be careful here.
Shun plays the ward. Hasn't seen them, but now he has the spear, finds his mark. And once again, I feel like BLG just having the read on how to play around this bottom side.
I mean, BLG now a 2,000 gold lead for themselves, just off the fact that they've a ton of control of this bot lane. Again, a 30 CS lead, opening up down to that bot end. And now Bong going up against Bin.
Now Bin actually perhaps looking for an all-in at this point. Gets the Conqueror proc, but doesn't go for his Dominus for the time being. Bong actually a level up. This would be dangerous for Bin, honestly.
Oh, can he get the flick back under the tower? That could be a disaster. For the Renekton, Bong not quite able to get it. You see that Shun was starting to hover up towards that top side, but I think Bin just wants to make sure he can crash this wave and then reset. Even opting in for the cull here on the Renekton kind of says the state of this top side matchup at the moment.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? I mean, even a player like Bin on a champion like Renekton, he's going cull, you know it's going to be a fairly passive lane, a fairly slow lane up there. I want to kind of take stock. I'm not going to have a chance because Yagao getting pulled back, knocked up, and burned down. Miru brings Asol, the new version, for the first time ever at an international, and he shows up huge. Shun next as the target, but he will walk away with his life.
Oh wait, Elk, go for Sayo.
Now a dive at the bottom side, Sayo, he's got a bit of damage himself. Elk gets out of tower range only just. And it's just going to be more plates. It's more cyberbullying in the bottom lane.
I mean, it was very close to being the turnaround for Sayo, but the polymorph means that he can get no damage off whatsoever. This game has turned into just throwing haymakers back and forth. Now, Lion's going to move back into the spot side. Won't be able to get a kill, but might be able to dissuade Elk and On from pushing too far underneath this turret.
That's the 4th plate. Elk trying every different cuisine at this buffet at this point. But I want to go back to what you're saying. Haymakers being thrown on both sides, but it's crucially R7 throwing haymakers in the mid lane and putting Yagao behind, whereas for BLG, it's all about getting Elk ahead and putting Sayo behind.
And that's the thing, and Aurelion Sol is not supposed to be this far ahead. He's like, hey, I will passively play the lane. I will get to the later portion of the game, and Mira's kind of gone, screw that. I know this matchup, but I'm going to absolutely slaughter Yagao. Looking great in this mid lane, and will need to step up as the big carry as you start to move over towards the Rift Herald. You can see Oddie's there, but BLG are in position.
Oddie taking a bit of a chunk there as Shun does finish the Herald off. Bin flashing over the wall to look for Oddie. He's got a 2-level advantage. The Cocoon buys a little bit of time for Oddie, but can he survive? The Dominus in play, but he gets a bit of healing. The Rocket just shy, and now an opportunity for Bong instead. It's a kill for Lions as Bong flashes over to Shun. Dodges away from the knockup, now trying to position as Yagao re-enters the play. Bong over the wall, and it's 10 Stagter. But it's BLG getting away with it again, trading blows.
Yeah, the all-out pop by Bong means he's able to use that E to get back over the wall, so just about him to escape away before the rest of BLG show up, but still, again, R7 in position to try and fight back on this top side, and Sayo now trying to go against Elk in the bot lane, but I think that's where the difference maker is going to be here for BLG, how big this Jinx is going to be in comparison to the Aphelios.
You know, and we've been talking all this time about defying expectations,
oh
right?
My God.
Miru's doing it in the mid lane again. Yagao walks away with his life. Shun trying to save the day as Yagao goes back in. The Wild Growth saves the day, and Miru bites off more than he can chew.
He had the flash, but there was nowhere safe anymore. Even having the ultimate coming through from On to keep Yagao alive, BLG, they control this bot side river, and unfortunately Miru just walks that bit too far in.
And Yagao has been behind all game, but with Miru going down, that's going to be 3 plates in the mid lane. We've been talking about that buffet. Well, Yagao's eating good tonight, that's for sure.
I respect the play from Miru though. Like, this is a point where you're like, I know I have to step up to be the carry. I know I have to be the one that makes the plays so we can try and take this game. And that's why he's trying to go for this. If the jungler isn't there, if the bot lane isn't there, he could have got the kill, but just unfortunate enough that he's not quite able to do so. And now, R7 again pushed underneath their bot lane turret. No help is coming. This turret isn't going to be long for the world. All in though.
They don't want any help. They want the 2v2 themselves. Red and white means let's fight. But unfortunately, it doesn't work out. Elk doesn't care what color your weapons are. His is pink.
Red, white, and it's good night for the bot lane of R7. BLG managing to get the kill. And now actually looking towards the mid lane as well. Shun hovering around. Miru, he's in trouble.
Yeah, the spear lands. Yagao going in. Look at the burst from this combo from BLG. It doesn't matter how the early game went. Yagao back in the picture now with a serrated Dirk. Bin, in the meantime, just trying to buy space and time for his team as Oddie moves up.
This is going to be a lot of back and forth. Bin just going to step away, back underneath his own turret, neutral flick back and the all-out. Could have been a disaster for him, but BLG, off that play, will still get the tower mid as Oddie looking towards top.
I think Bin's in all kinds of trouble right now. The Dominus is just timed out. Oddie misses the stun though. Bin take it down anyway. Bong happy to tank up. In fact, Oddie tanking the tower for the time being. But Lion's moving over as well, just to be safe. It's a good pick for R7. But Dagda, I feel we need to take stock of the situation right now, because Shun in the meantime is doing that Drake. The tower went down to the mid lane. And while in terms of kills it's even, look at that gold difference.
Yeah, and a lot of that is down to, okay, well we got all the plates in mid, we got all the plates in that bot side. A massive 4 kills for this Jinx, plus the CS difference. And control is still going here, Seo!
Forced to flash by Yagao. Yagao's happy with this if he can just walk away with his life. Grabbed him in play, but no real follow-up available as Shun in a bit of a 1v1 against Miru. Has that empowered ultimate available? I don't think he'll find his moment just yet.
Instead, Elk, he's going to try and find his moment with this tower on the top side. Going to be able to take this tower incredibly quickly with the fact he already has that Gale Force working up towards the rapid fire cannon as well. Plus having Lulu in your back pocket is going to be so nice here as well.
Are they going to finish
this?
Yeah,
it looks like R7 are just going, right, we can't really be in a position to match this. We're just going to leave it.
Doctor, we're witnessing a 15-plate game if BLG finish this tower in the next 25 seconds, which, I mean, they easily should. Clearing that wave away. It's tanky. They've got 20 seconds to do it, though, and you just know they will. 15 plates taken from BLG. They put the buffet out of business.
Yeah, Elk is eating real good today. The fact that he's managed to, look at the gold lead there. 7.6 thousand gold on this Jinx at the 14-minute mark. He's already going to go back, get his second item completed at this stage. It's going to be the rapid fire cannon. That's what we're talking about. Yeah. The long-range poke that is coming through onto BLG. It's going to be so difficult to deal with, especially as we start to look towards things like that dragon in a little bit. Also towards the second Rift Child that's going to be spawning in just a minute's time.
It's a 2,000 gold difference in plates alone in this game. That is absurd. BLG certainly know how to make things happen. Has been tries to get a bit of action for himself. He's 0-4 so far this game, and he wants to find himself a kill. He wants to find himself some participation, but Miru will escape with his life. As you can see, Elk has been snowballed, to say the least, in our MasterCard gold difference.
And even the fact that Miru just couldn't keep that gold lead in mid is kind of heartbreaking, because it did feel like this Aurelion Sol was the pick to look at, see if he can get to that late game and be that big carry. But at the moment, just with how much BLG have accelerated this game, doesn't feel like it's going to happen. Even the fact that you have Lions step behind here makes it very tough for him to try and be that primary engage tool. And even getting enough vision control down to try and find the flank that's necessary for Bong, for Lions, is there. Oh my god! Where'd he go?
That was half of his HP off of a spear from Shun. I saw the rocket missing. The spear was hidden underneath it. Finds his mark anyway. Shun, I mean, we knew he was going to do well on the Nidalee. This is his signature, but I mean, this is something else.
Yeah, super distraction death rocket in that one. It worked out real well for Elk. And now Shun setting near Miru, trying to get a little bit of damage, but Shun just able to hop away from that one. BLG are controlling this game. It was a little bit messy from the start, but they have put their foot down once more.
And Dagda, I don't want to be that guy, but I remember an interview
You're going
recently.
to be that guy.
I am going to be that guy. I am that guy, let's be honest. Bin said in an interview, last time I got carried, this time I'm the carry. I've got to carry my teammates.
Yeah.
Game number 1, he was not the carry. Game number 2, he's 0-4-0, while Elk is dominating, Shun is dominating.
I love how we built this up being like, remember his G2 Gangplank play, here it is. Remember his pentakill, here it is. And then he's now 0-4 with a cull that's just popped.
And he's playing Renekton in Italy.
Yeah. But now here goes Yago, forced to flash, as Audi was waiting for the wings. Even having lines coming up here, but that will give a BLG a little bit of an opportunity to try and get this push in mid and keep that threat up, even establish vision on top side, and maybe match the play on top if R7 stick around too long.
Yago trying to keep the wave away from the tower so that no dive can come on through. We'll be able to clear that one up. There's R7 now, you can see, still trying to be proactive. Yago knows what's going on here. They're trying to find these picks before objectives, because realistically that has to be their way back in now.
Yeah, they need to find something. And again, like, if you can get this ASAW to like a couple of more levels, you can see level 11 hit, a couple of items under his belt, maybe there's an opportunity, but he's just struggling so much. They're like feeding him as much minions as they can in the side lanes, which is why he's been left in the 1v1 versus Bin, but it's just not really giving them enough time or space to buy when BLG own the siege potential without long range there.
Oh, Bong's in trouble here. Shun getting his combo off the Wild Growth to find the knock-up. All out, pulls Bong out away from the team and still goes down anyway. Is Audi now getting chased down by Elk? The Gale Force there, repel. Doesn't quite get him to safety as this rocket will connect, but a comet from the sky to turn it around for Miru. Sayo alongside his mid laner. They're trying to survive, but Bin wants redemption, gets his stun, and Shun there to finish the job surely. This spear lands, and Bin gets himself onto the scoreboard as Elk wants a little more. These spears are absurd, and Shun knows it's his debut, knows he wants to show up.
It's hunting season for Elk, and he's managed to catch himself a dragon. BLG now with Ripchild in tow, they want to end the game.
And they might just do it. I mean, G2 finished the game yesterday in 20 minutes. It's 18 on the clock. BLG certainly have the goal difference to do it, but not going to force the issue right now. Only one Drake taken so far, Dagda. Despite the massive bot lead that BLG had, it's just not been a focus.
Yeah, I'd like to say, you know, this is an opportunity for R7 to like slow down the pace of the game, find an opportunity to like get the goals that they need onto the ASOL, onto the Aphelios, and scale into late game, but it's kind of doomed. 11,000 gold, your base is already cracked open. There's not even the one inkling that you had, which was that Bin was behind, is even now starting to kind of dwindle with just the fact he's managed to pick up so much wayward gold from being in the side lane, even just catching a kill for himself in that last fight.
On trying to fight for a bit of vision control. He is totally on his own here. But let's take another look as they get the pick onto Bong. And I mean, this is just chase down. It's just chase down C.
Yeah, and I mean, it's nice here where you think, okay, would have been a great ult. Oh, hang on.
Miru's found Yagao, or has he? Maybe he's been found by Yagao. You know, the early laning phase looked good, but at this point, he's got a couple of items. Yagao is firing on all cylinders.
And we've all been there. You win your lane, and then that guy comes back and kills you later like, screw this, I'm done. And Bong, he might be done for as well.
He might just be. Shun has the damage. He is a big old Nidalee at this point. The all-out not going to be enough here as the dash away from Shun. A bit more long-range follow-up is there. The stun from Bin to set up for Shun to go legendary. And a legendary debut performance from Shun. His first ever finals in the LPL this year. His first ever international tournament. And it might be his first ever international win if they can keep it up. A good little knock-up though. A pick found. And perhaps more for R7. Moonlight Vigil wide as Mirror charges out onto Elk, but Elk is charging back! The damage fires through the reset, and Elk takes them down.
The confidence from Elk and the follow-up from Shun. He wants to make sure that R7 go right the way back to the base. Now 2 inhibitors down as the 20-minute mark is crested, and they're looking to go for next turn.
I don't know exactly what time G2 finished yesterday, but it's going to be a close front thing. But BLG back away, and I think G2 will keep their record for now.
Hey, look, it's BLG, right? They want to try and take it as much in their stride as possible. Going to just back away from this. Now looking to see if they can start to move over towards that barn, but once they get that, what do? There's 2 towers outside of your base still remaining on that top side of the map, and BLG aren't even going to reset. They said, look, we have enough gold as stands, let's just go to it.
Well, I think we might have a moment here, Dagda. to breathe before BLG try and finish things off once again. Oddie moving over though. Perhaps could find an opportunity for a steal onto this Baron. 4K on the health bar, and I don't think the DPS is stopping. They're challenging Oddie. They're saying, come on into the pit. We welcome you. And he takes it anyway. Oddie finds his moment, takes the Baron away.
The silver lining there, as it means that R7 might be able to try and defend the top tower a little bit easier. When you look at mid and you look at bot, it's not looking so hot.
A glorious moment for all League of Legends fans here, as even when you're this far ahead, you should never 50-50 Baron. This is your lesson right here in black and white.
Hey, I mean, look, Oddie on one, Elise and Baron steals. It's already been written, and we get to see it again here at MSI. Really nice steal, just an early spike coming through for Shun, and Oddie just about able to steal it away.
I mean, great stuff there from Oddie. And bit of a grin on his face. And rightly so, as Bong looking for an all-out in the top side. Yagao the target, and so close to Miraculous. That's in a 2v1.
Still no, you got pushing mid coming through for Elk. Opportunity on the top side here for BLG to crack open these top lane structures. Again, yes, you got the Baron buff for R7, but if you got no minions, it's not really going to help you out too much. And Elk and the range that the rest of this BLG roster offer makes it very difficult to try and defend this base.
And I respect the pace at which BLG are playing this, because domestically I feel like they would have just thrown themselves at Nexus Towers by this point and tried to brute force the end, risked it. But they're here on the international stage. It's the first time the organization has ever made it to an international, and they are taking this seriously. They're playing it by the book. They're looking for all 3 inhibs to finish the game.
They don't even need to worry about trying to get someone in towards mid lane. They already have the super creeps there that's pushing in. Bot lane, you've got 2 super creeps that are going to be hitting in just a few seconds time as well. So BLG just continue to put all this pressure on the top side. Dragon is up in 30 seconds, but I really don't think BLG are going to worry about that one too much, to be honest.
Yeah, it's kind of funny to see that R7 are actually up 300 gold in their Red Bull Baron power play so far, managing to, that Baron alone, kind of mitigating some of the leads. Sayo in trouble, and the rocket threads the needle. Elk looking for more. Double as he charges into the base. The tower's down, and Elk sees his moment to come in from the skies. Triple in. Yagao to set it up. Elk makes it to the international stage for the first time ever, and is denied.
The setup was there. And Shun says, not a hope, boy. This is our first game as well, but we'll take the series anyway.
Shun says, I was carrying this one, as he takes the 5th kill on the Nexus. And a 2-0 domination from BLG. A phenomenal win for them, a confident win for them.
But after the Penta-steal, Shun, I mean, BLG's mental in up Dara straight. It's gone. It's absolutely shambles. I think it's going to be, but seriously though, this is an incredible performance from BLG. A lot of what we expected from the LPL 2nd seed coming into this, they were so strong in playoffs, and we're seeing it once more.
Yeah, phenomenal stuff from BLG. Looking cool, calm and collected as they walk away with their first win of the tournament, a clean 2-0. And I think the most impressive thing to me from what we've seen today from BLG is those early games, the lane domination. That's not necessarily what BLG were known for domestically in the LPL, was just winning lanes and dominating. But when Shun gets the Nidalee and you can play through winning lanes, I mean, it's beautiful.
At least it helps that Yagao will still not be known for really winning lanes and kind of putting that one forward. That was not the best of Chase performances, it has to be said, but look, in the grand scheme of things, they were still able to make it work. Really great play from Miro, and again, I think this is someone that we're going to be looking to see how he performs then in the next one, or in the losers brackets down. We'll have to see who they face up against, because we do have Golden Guardians versus GAM still to play later on. So the winner will go up against BLG, the loser will face off against R7, and I think again, looking towards that mid lane, even Oddie on the Elise, trying to see if they can get their hands on them again, and try and bring what worked from the early game again to that stage.
Yeah, I definitely want to see this Elise again from Oddie. I'd love to see the ASOL again. I've never seen an early game ASOL before, but I mean, Miru was looking phenomenal in the early game during that laning phase, bullying Yagao, forcing him out of lane, and like you say, Oddie everywhere on the map. But it felt like BLG had the macro read of how to play around that. If the Elise is camping top lane, okay, well, we're going to just play around the bottom side instead. Snowball Elk and just go from there.
Yeah, I think that was the hardest part. I mean, you're going up against Elk and On, who have been in the LPL to an incredibly high, well, I was going to say damage, and you can see there, but incredibly aggressive bot laners to try and go up against, and unfortunately just for Sound Lines, they couldn't quite stand up. The Jinx having that range advantage, continuously getting these turrets. We said Elk was eating good, and you can see the results on that chart.
Yeah, I mean, 15 plates taken in our AWS post-game here. And stick around, because in a couple of minutes' time, we are going to have Yinsu on the stage to have a little chat with Gigabin himself, which I will say, over this series, I feel like it was not exactly Gigabin today, it was just normal Bin.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, I was like told all this, I was like, obviously cast the LPL before, I was waiting to cast Bin again, I was ready to bring out the Jax, it's going to pop off, I'm like, yeah, we got something.
Yeah, we definitely got something. I mean, he showed up later on, right? He was definitely a part of the team fights, and we definitely got an exciting game number 1 with him on the Cassante against that Olaf. That was certainly an exciting matchup to be watching out for, but I believe I could see them on the stage behind me. So in just a moment or two, we will be able to go over to that interview. But I have to say, Dagda, like, BLG's debut, I think we can check that one off. That was not a bad little performance.
Especially for Shun and Elk, obviously first times on the international stage. It's amazing to see exactly how they were able to come alive. And for Elk as well, you kind of feel like a bit of a proud dad nearly with them when you look towards the LPL, because he was kind of a bit of a coin flip, and now seeing him perform this well on the international stage is amazing to see.
Certainly was. Yinsu is ready on stage, so let's hear from her and the victorious Bin in our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm very, very excited to be joined by Bin from BLG. We're going to be doing an English interview today. I know you said on your stream before that you were excited to come to London to do this interview in English, but I am here if you need any translations. First of all, welcome back to the MSI stage. The last time you were here, you won a trophy. It was amazing. How are you feeling for this tournament? Do you still feel a similar confidence as last time you went to MSI?
能稍微翻译一下吗？
你们上一次I'm gonna help him a little bit。你们上一次来 MSI 的时候，你是赢的那个tournament。这一次你还是很自信吗？
对我们肯定是非常自信的。虽然说我们是 LPL 的2号种子，但是我们实力还是非常强的。然后我也是去年的 MSI 冠军，所以我觉得我们今年最重要。
He said he's very, very confident, even though they are the 2nd seed. They are the defending champs. So he's pretty confident they're going to go all the way. Now, I'm going to attempt this in English. Nautilus, the pick in mid. In the past, we have seen some weird, different picks at the play-in stage. But once we get to the group stage, the knockouts, people stop playing them. So do you think this Nautilus will still work against stronger teams?
我觉得泰坦的话，其实我们也是来伦敦之后才开始玩这个英雄的，因为我们之前也不知道它可以这样摇摆嘛，现在有摇摆属性，所以我们也开始玩了。
Okay, well, he said that they didn't really realize how strong Nautilus could be. It wasn't something I guess you prepared, but now it's viable. It's a viable pick. 你觉得在英文说舒服吗？你可以用英文说。
其实我很不熟练吧，然后我也。 如果是很简单的我会说，但是如果稍微难一点我就不会说。
你现在 I'm asking him if he's comfortable answering some questions in English. Is there anything you would like to say, you know, in English?
什么
？Is that 你有想用英文说的吗？有想说的吗
？I think we team is best.
为什么 ？Why？ 为什么？
Because we are the best.
They seem to think so too. Thank you so much, Bin. It's been an honor to have you on stage with us. I believe we're going to toss to desk or break. Well, it's going to be a break. We're going to toss to a break, but when we come back, again, we'll be taking the stage against Golden Guardians.
A team against a king. Seeing against believing. A moment against a moment for the ages. Countless battles, one arena. The realm. The only thing capable of powering the game, the stage, the broadcast, and the worldwide spectacle we know and love. AKA the Cisco Network.
Red Bull gives you wings.
New and existing customers can choose the phone they want, like the incredible iPhone 14 on us.
Not to brag, but I'm on Verizon now. And I got to choose the phone I wanted for free.
Not that you're bragging.
Choose the phone you want on us. Verizon.
Welcome back to MSI and our second series of the day, Golden Guardians versus GAM Esports. And guys, I hope a more competitive series than the first one today. LCS making their debut.
Even as an LCS fan, I would love to have a 3-game series after a 3-2-0 so far, yeah.
And
this really?
Yeah, I'll give the international tournament one. You know, you guys can have a 3-game series. I'll take for the LCS. We'll take.
I think at least we can expect some spice coming into this matchup, as the VCS are known as such a feared region, especially before COVID. But they fell off a bit when they came back. I don't know what to expect from them coming in today. Are we gonna have a revamped version of GAM?
I think it's been a bit rough to be from the VCS just due to the fact that, you know, they weren't an international so long. Just before that stopped, you know, they had this big increase. So it's like, oh, now you get 2 teams as well. You're performing so well at the internationals. We're seeing a lot of surprises. And then ever since they started making their mark on the internationals again, we just haven't seen the same thing. But a lot of people are having high hopes for this GAM roster.
Yeah, definitely the case. Even last year at MSI sending the second team because their main team was playing in a different tournament during that time. So like, it's been a bit of a rough showing for the VCS, but
no.
oh, fix it!
There you go.
But yeah, it's something where I think a lot of people remember the glory days kind of for the VCS during that time and know that they can probably get back there, and this are probably one of the steps to do it.
Spicy early game, really bloody early game, spicy picks. GB, I know you've been watching a lot of VCS and GAM, so talk us through what we can expect coming from this team.
Okay, so I've gotten some interesting intel by just watching all of the players' games. The kill map in general for GAM, between 15 and 17 minutes, it's not a lot of kills right now, but you can see it here. Everything is just in the middle of the lane. Yes, when you reach 15 to 17 minutes, you go mid. And this was all the players pretty much every single game. Whatever the time is, whatever the objectives are, go mid. And I requested more clips. They told me we will only give you 4. It doesn't matter what's on your screen right now. You just need to know between 15 and 17 minutes, Vietnam goes mid, okay? I wanted like 9 clips here, but they were like, you can only get 4. So they'll just go mid. I just want to hammer that point home. Look out for the 15 to the 17-minute mark.
Hopefully, Golden Guardians are paying attention to this segment, getting ready for whenever this kind of group up death ball strat starts coming through for the VCS.
I mean, the LCS like their mid lane as well. Sometimes
the NA ram comes through now and then.
We'll see how it comes through. But focusing on the Golden Guardians, first appearance at an international tournament for this team, but also the return of 6A and Hui. And I want to think of their run back at MSI 2016, reaching the finals, the Cinderella story, similar to what we've seen this year from the team.
Definitely one of the highlights for North American fans. One of the best performances any time at an international competition came off the back of 6A in what was his rookie split at that time. He really exploded onto the scene, and it was a long road to get back here for him, getting comboed up with Huhi, who had temporarily gone and been on 100 Thieves for a long time, role swap to support. He was mid lane way back in the day, actually during that kind of tournament run. So it's been a long journey for these two guys to get back together, but all split long. There's been a lot of interviews talking about how happy they are finally playing together again.
Yeah, and it feels like for a lot of teams as well, that's kind of what you need. If it's like, we see it so, especially so often this year, where it's like people really have lost hope in, players get together, form a team, and somehow they just make it work through good vibes, good work ethic, and the hunger to get back to where they once was.
And let's share a bit more of the story of the Golden Guardians, because no one believed in them at the beginning of the year.
No.
They earned their way to MSI today, and what an amazing Cinderella story, if I may say.
Yeah, they started 0-4 at the start of split. They didn't have Gory, their kind of like main mid laner that everyone was excited about. And then when he joined, a little bit of a rough week, but then when he finally got acclimated to NA, they ripped off 7 straight wins in a row and started to look a lot better. Him, River, and Huhi are kind of the early game engines for this team. Those 3 guys love playing around each other. But then the late game, of course, it becomes a little bit more about 6A. Malphite for FLICKR had an incredible play that kind of saved their season and allowed them to actually make it here when they were down a game against FlyQuest in the losers finals. They almost did not make it to MSI, but that play was what kind of kept them in the game.
Did Kobe at the start of the year say he always doubted them, or was he, you know, they barely had any belief?
Everyone kind of doubted Golden Guardians, to be fair.
I also just think in general as well, like as you put it right there, this thing by having that engage specifically on Hui as well, this team coming together as well through the engage through FLICKR, it's just the fact that, you know, they have a meta right now where a lot of it can just be push your R buttons, have a good read going into what's going to happen in a team fight, and if all 5 players are on the same page, they can make it work. And I think that's so much about what happened with Golden Guardians throughout the year, or throughout the split rather. They just found out how they wanted to play 5 players on one screen.
And it's going to be interesting coming into today's matchup. Lots of interesting matchup all across the map, but what I want to focus on here right now is what we've talked about during Countdown, River versus Levi in the jungle, and over-aggressiveness, I hope, coming from the jungle side.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 different distinct play styles. Levi loving to power clear, having a lot of team comps kind of built around him sometimes, even with his carry potential, whereas River is definitely the setup man for the side of Golden Guardians, oftentimes camping lanes, getting in there as early as possible, J4 spam, for example, level 2 creative ganks all around.
Yeah, and that's the different matchup today, right? Levi, he's so much about that efficiency. I talked about it earlier today, but he will clear his full clear on a camp, for example, on Wukong, be back on Grump when it spawns instantly. So he's quite efficient with his pathing, but that also makes him predictable, and he's on the carries. That's why his kill participation is lower, because he plays a lot for himself.
And we'll see what the fans think, actually, of this matchup coming in today with MasterCard fans prediction. Each day you can head over to Twitter at MasterCard Nexus to participate. And here we have 35% of the fans thinking that GAM is going to win versus 64 versus 5%.
What do you think about those numbers?
Is it expected? What do you guys think?
Am I allowed to say? I might be a little biased.
No, go on. No, go on.
You know what? I'm glad that we're still the majority. How about that?
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Should it have been 100%?
I think it should have been a little higher for Golden Guardians, but I think a lot of people are doubting. It's not just like the fans saying this. I was looking at a lot of power rankings online. People
what do you have to say to them? I don't know if you wanted to show the hat, but, you know.
Oh, I was like, what are you looking at? Yeah.
It's the best time to show it again. Yeah.
I was like, I didn't know if we were bringing this back, but yeah, that is the answer for any NA fans to people who are not believing in them currently.
I mean, that's interesting when you think of this matchup. As we said, Golden Guardians didn't have the best run at the beginning of the split. They earned their spot at MSI, and I think it's down to maybe the few individualities of the team shining at different moments, but who would you highlight as the backbone of the team, the main players of the team, the ones you can rely on the most coming from this lineup?
Well, I was going to say, I think Huhi is a really important player for the team, both in terms of the flexibility, because they were a very standard team for a lot of the year. FLICKR was just kind of like left on an island weak side. In playoffs, they started introducing a lot of flex picks, and some of those were coming through support, mid lane, top. They would just slam everything everywhere. And Huhi is kind of the guy who both roams in the early game, does a lot of shot calling, and engages in the mid to late game. So he's probably one of the most important members for the team, as kind of like connecting all different parts of the map.
Yeah, I think for GAM specifically, they're all about more towards the top side of the map instead. Facilitating mid. Kiaya can be on carries too in that top lane. But the weakest point of GAM, and has always been the weakest point with this roster, has been their bot lane. Style is... They're always taking 2v2s. They're quite often dying while they're taking these 2v2s. It's not always the prettiest side. I think that in terms of matchup down towards the 2v2, we have just seen what you can do in the BLG game. I think that's going to be a lot what Golden Guardians is looking for. Not so much to get that plating, but more so what so they can actually put Huhi out of the map with a good roam timing.
Yeah, it's two different styles we've seen out of Stixxay and Huhi. They have played the Lucian Nami. They've looked pretty good on that. They can also go Lulu, Zeri late game. They can kind of play both. And I think it will put a lot of pressure on Xin and Style to be able to adapt to whichever version that you're going to see early on. I mean, this is what's cool about the fact that, again, it's best of threes. You can throw one of the looks at them early, give them the Lucian Nami maybe, and if you feel like that's too much pressure, then Style can ban that one out in game 2 or something.
I'm really curious to see what KT will bring out in that mid lane too, because he's been really good as a facilitator. I wonder how much scrim they've been doing, because a team like GAM would actually love to play the Nautilus as well, that we have already seen quite a few teams picked up already. So like the Galio, the Nautilus, the Lissandra, all these champions that will actually make sure that the team can play around, and specifically for 2v2, like, I mean, Nautilus around Levi, if he's trying to get aggressive in the jungle, even with a Kindred, that can be deadly. So once again, like, jungle matchup, super important, bot lane matchup as well, crazy.
I'm just wondering which side of the coin we're going to have from the Golden Guardians, because they have vast periods of time where they pop off, then fall again, then pop off again. They had an amazing run through playoffs, so are they going to keep on riding this momentum, you think, or what can we expect from
if we're going to take Super Leaker Doinby's streams, I don't know if people saw on Reddit him saying that the LEC and LCS teams were stomping. One, Doinby and his scrim rumors do not always have the best track record, because apparently
don't say that.
FBX was doing incredible.
Context don't matter.
All right, yeah, we'll drop that one. But yeah, so maybe that's a good sign that Golden Guardians are in kind of one of their hotter streaks of gameplay.
Doinby said Golden Guardians will win Worlds. Pretty much what he said with that. I'm just paraphrasing here. Don't quote me on that. That was Doinby. He's saying that.
Would always trust a world champion, of course. We've got a small delay on stage before we introduce the next series, but we're working into getting into Champion Select as soon as possible, which gives us some time to talk a bit more about GAM. As we said, VCS, a region that came in clutch and came really strong the first times we saw them at international events with very early aggression. When it hits, it hits. But when they don't get this, nice, thumbs up.
Well, I don't actually know how much time we have for this one as well. I think some cool story that could be introduced here, we want to talk about as well. But Kiaya, actually, their top lane as well. This is probably one of the craziest stories I've heard in esports, because when he was in first grade, he had to drop out already to help the family because they were in big poverty. So he pretty much never got a real education either. But he just kept playing League to the point where he got so good at it that he picked it up. He essentially learned his own mother tongue through League of Legends. He learned Vietnamese through the Vietnamese client. And it was actually to the illiterate point where when he was in the team house, the team had to write down his password for him on paper so he would always remember it. This is a guy who's really from childhood, had to power through to get to this point. And I say it once again, it's probably the most powerful story I've actually heard in esports. Crazy to come out and then actually sit on a stage like this when that was where you started. So yeah, for Kiaya, amazing journey to get here as well.
I can't even imagine what it means for players like this to have this journey and end up on stage playing an international tournament and proving himself.
I mean, Vietnam has had such a large player base swell that people kind of talk about during that like end of the 2010s era, and it just sucks that they went through that COVID period for a region that doesn't have the infrastructure that a lot of the other regions do, these major regions that they were starting to punch and take down. It was such a cool underdog story, and I think it's a very easy team to rally around for that reason, knowing that they are, in many cases, you know, punching up above their weight class.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They're always the underdogs. They're always the troublemakers, especially because they have this very aggressive style. And when I saw their games in some of the replays of the regional league, they toned down a bit on the aggression. And I'm just looking to see if it's going to translate.
I have
here
a question
today.
for you two, actually, because
All right.
Vietnam actually used to be one of the #1 Bloodies regions. They've actually been overtaken now. Do you know which region has overtaken them? Any guesses? No, it's just no's. It's actually Europe. Combined kills in the early game has actually been the Bloodies region, with Vietnam coming in on afterwards. Yeah, it's crazy to think about, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's so surprising given that like Europe does get pretty crazy. I'll give you guys that some of the strats that come through pretty unique, but they don't scream just like full-on 5v5 burger flips 24/7.
Well, I think a lot came down to the classic, like, here's 3 jungle camp clears into flip or just gank a lane, whatever, that Maorong really introduced. But yeah, so a lot of that early bloodiness. But, you know, Vietnam, they're coming straight after. They're really not far behind. So it's not to downplay what we're going to see here, because we can really expect high-octane gameplay. Do I expect it from the first clear? No, not actually. I think because of Levi, that will come through when you finally get, like, that second clear, third clear. That's where you're looking to create chaos, specifically if you have KT on a facilitator.
And you were talking about the bloodiness of Europe, and for me, I feel like as a region, we came back to maybe finding new picks in the EMEA region, finding some new picks that can bring this bloodiness that was missing for the past years. And when I look at a region like the VCS, I'm expecting to see spicy picks.
Oh yeah, for sure. I've been loving what with you in VCS, because they're actually just the funniest ever. Like, some of the plays you're like, that shouldn't work, and you're right, it doesn't, because they're just flipping it. You know, some of those 15 minutes mark where they come through and they just go in mid. Sometimes GAM will literally do that. They will lose the fight, lose 3 members, go back, as soon as the death timers are up again and they're running through, they're just running straight mid, getting the turret because they had a favorable reset timer with home guards. So, I don't know, they're crazy.
Well, yeah, the draft picks and the playstyle, I think they're also, like, at times in the previous international tournaments, the cheesiest, and I don't say that in a derogatory way, as in, like, I love when people have unique strategies. They were one of the best regions at kind of abusing the best of one format back in the day, where, like, if I just get this one upset, this is going to be huge. Yeah. It's a different setting here where, like, people are going to adapt to you, and they'll have a game to go back with coaches and be like, okay, let's immediately address some of the things they did this game. So if they want to keep playing that way, they'll have to have a couple strategies in the tank, or they can just try and play more standard. You know, put them off kilter game 1 and then kind of do something normal game 2.
I mean, that's the thing, but I still think it can come in clutch for them, because we're starting to see some key picks and very high prior picks. So what do you want to see? If you get cheesed on game 1, ban the picks that got you into this situation, and then let some of the prior picks on the side. I think it's going to be interesting to see their approach.
I think GAM is really easy to kind of stylize like this, because you quite often just have style scaling AD carry instead, seen on a facilitator instead in that regard. You know, KT on a facilitator, they can play him with one control mage's carry if they're looking for it, but quite often it is to play around Levi, and Levi will often be on a carry. He played a lot of Wukong, played some Kindred too, some of these carries. He has been a facilitator at points at 2, but it's not when GAM's been looking their best. And then Kiaya up towards that top lane on his bruiser, soft carry. That's pretty much GAM that you can expect at their best, but I assume you can run through Golden Guardians better than I.
Yeah, sure, but I was going to say real quickly on the Levi side as well, we've seen the Nidalee as like one of the 2 big junglers that was banned out. Kha'Zix is something we have yet to see with the isolation changes that hopefully does speak to the carry potential that, you know, Levi can play a lot of assassins, stuff like that. There's a chance that he could be the one to break that out finally from the tournament.
Well, we'll see how it plays out, because that's all for us here. The teams are ready. Let's see what happens when Golden Guardians from the LCS and VCS's GAM clash on the stage here in London.
It's time for the LCS and VCS to take the stage. Please welcome Golden Guardians and GAM Esports! Fight for your fight. Fight for your fight. joined at the desk by the one and only Plasm Razzle.
How you doing?
To the caster desk, dude. Golden Guardians taking on GAM. I love the hype, I love the hats, the FU cap, sending messages. Now I want to see GG stepping up their very first international appearance ever.
Yeah, I mean, how are you feeling? This has the potential of being the most explosive match so far the first stage.
I completely agree, and I think not only in terms of just play style, we know that Golden Guardians' early game is exceptional. They're aggressive, they are forward, like the highest forward percentage for any of their roles.
Yes.
We know GAM and like VCS as a region, up until recently, one of the bloodiest of all time, so I'm expecting action. But in the chaos, who will step out on top?
The contrast is really interesting. As you mentioned, the forward percentage from the side of Golden Guardians is one thing. Also, leading in the first 8 minutes of the game, goal difference is another thing. They tend to have early leads. Keeping it is another problem. Meanwhile, you look at GAM Esports, for them, domestically, actually fall behind quite frequently. It's more of them scrapping back, having superior team fighting that gets them from the 14-minute stage onwards, being able to find success. So I'm interested in seeing which team will start out gunning.
And of course, what I do like about that is that little clash of styles.
Yes.
We saw yesterday in DFM PSG, in terms of who was good early, who was good late. It ended up being a little bit of chaos because what you are able to succeed with in your home domestic region doesn't always translate onto this stage. So will GG be able to have that strong lead? Will they be able to generate those advantages? And we're into draft. Are you expecting any shenanigans afoot? Because we haven't seen too much crazy things.
First things first, the Lucian Nami is something that I'm looking forward to. 71% win rate from the Golden Guardian side. It's been their most successful bot lane. Stixay and Huhi has been really successful on that one. That's from the Golden Guardians camp. From GAM Esports, Levi and his Wukong is absurd. And also, if you look towards Kiaya, he should just be focused right from the pick ban. 100% win rate on his Fiora, 80% win rate on his Jax. He is the carry god within the region, and now that's what FLICKR has to deal with.
Yeah, but bro, you have to put a number to Levi's Wukong. 16 games.
True.
15 of them are wins.
Disgusting.
Right? That's just exactly the word for it. Lucian, as well as Annie, Rakan, Kennen, and Jinx removed from the pool. So those bot laners hit pretty hard. I do like the Lucian ban, Stixay and Huhi. In my opinion, probably the best Lucian Nami in the LCS, at least in terms of the success that they've generated.
Yep.
Get that out the pool, get it away from them.
I know that those words coming out of your mouth,
it stings, bro.
It's tough. It's a skill thing. So when it goes further onto the tournament, if Golden Guardians are able to do well, then you have a question of whether they can kind of push that style up against tougher regions. But this is the toughest step right now in stage 1, and they're going for Zeri first pick.
Okay, what do you make of the Zeri? 10 games played for Stixay, only 4 wins, so most played, but not the most successful, at least in the LCS.
Yeah, not the most successful strategy. A lot of the times you want to pair it up with a Lulu, an Enchanter, and play front to back. That makes it so Huhi can't rotate around the map as much as he'd want to. He's a person that actually doesn't play alongside Stixay a lot. He has the lowest bot lane proximity because he wants to work with River a lot throughout the game. So this is going to change up their style just a little bit.
Okay, change up their style just a little bit. Do you know how many Tristana games Style has played this year?
Ooh,
0.
Educate me. 0.
0.
0.
Not a single one that I can see throughout the entire year. In addition, in the mid lane, Katsi, the reason I want to bring it up, Tristana mid is a thing that Perkz has been playing, did play towards the end of the LEC season, and because the LEC playoffs were right before MSI,
yeah,
maybe there's some cooking going on, so I'm not quite sure what to expect.
With GAM, there's always cooking. I remember that top esports game that happened at Worlds last year, in which their draft was just superior. It was unexpected. That is how they end up playing the game. The Nautilus first pick, 100% win rate so far. I mean, the better teams have been playing it in BLG and G2. That is true, so it might be a fake stat, but it has been a great flex. I love the hover. You have to believe it's Nidalee.
Listen, Rez, come on. We never talk hovers. We never.
I love the hover. If it's a juicy hover, I'm a fan of it.
To be fair, though, I think we actually did see Karthus hover yesterday, day before yesterday as well.
We did, and remember, this is probably just talking about that one win they had versus Top Esports off of Levi's Karthus game that just devastated them.
You know how I'm so in show mode? I shoutcasted a Karthus game in rehearsal.
Yeah?
That was not a podcast. That's why Karthus is in my head. It ends up swapping away. It's going to be the Gragas locked in right now. And now we're going to phase 2. So I'm not too surprised by how the priority picks are going. I still kind of anticipate Tristana to go bot lane.
Yes,
Give
same.
Katsu the option to counterpick that Ahri.
Same. Just stylistically for GAM Esports, I expect the Nautilus to go mid. Sure, we've seen mid Nautilus almost exclusively so far in the tournament, but also just Kati's style on this team has been facilitating. Working and playing around Levi, invading in the jungle and helping him get a lead. And so I love the fact that we're going into 4-5 without seeing a necessarily a jungle pick. The Gragas can go top, it can go jungle. I expect it to go top lane, and so it allows Levi the best matchup possible.
And of course, of the Gragas games that I have seen from GAM, 1 of them in the top lane there for Kiaya, 3 of them in the mid lane for Kati. So I haven't seen a Levi Gragas. I also, when I see a player like that, and I've seen the impact he's had in so many games, I don't want him on a Gragas.
Yeah.
I want him on something a bit more exciting so that you and I can yell about it and get hype.
Do you want a spoiler alert?
Please do.
So, most played champion for Xin has been Nautilus. 12 games, 10 wins. That's just a pick that he's gone for, even during an Enchanter meta that happened during the regular season. He's just someone that wants to start the fight for his team. So I expect that even though it's a flex, and even though when Mickey was on stage talking about, hey, it's likely going mid for his team, for GAM Esports, it's likely the support Nautilus for GAM.
Ooh, okay. And then there's the Hover. Now, if an 80 does get locked in, that does mean Kati's going to be going towards that Tristana.
Yeah.
It's one of the options that we have highlighted a little bit. Fiora not removed from the pool. Lulu Alistar taken out there by GAM and confirmed. So a little bit of that cooking mad scientist that we saw from Vitality, it did not work for Vitality. I crucially want to call that out. There was one game of Umiyan, and the rest of them, he kind of sucks.
And it's a little tough. When you're going Trist mid, you might get priority in your lane and be able to help out Levi. But if you're in a situation where you're not respecting a gank and River is looking towards you, that's just an easy pick with Charm, a stun there from Viego. There's a lot to worry about, but that's the set pick for Huhi. That makes it spicy. That's a pick that I remember quite well for him when he was in Academy, when he was on stage in the LCS. That's his favorite pick.
Bro, how many games? When was the last time he played? I'm gonna have to check.
It's been a while.
The last time that he played that set, and with that Poppy locked in, it's one of those picks that we saw. It was Broken Blade yesterday, having a great performance on. To be fair, the game was won regardless of his Poppy. I think he got one keeper's verdict in like 20 minutes. But it will be the Gwen. Okay, so now Raz. Slightly different looks. I am shocked by the double AD. I was not expecting Tristana mid from GAM. When you zoom out, how do these two team compositions actually want to win the game?
For GAM Esports, it's kiting back. They can take a flank position with Kiaya on his Gwen. I expect him to want to play on side lanes a little bit more, so he's not going to be the first one to enter the fight. It's going to be most of the time Licorice trying to hover and play 5v5s with his squad. But if GAM takes that fight, it's going to be Kati and Style peeling back, Levi helping him with the slows on Gragas and Cask as well. So I expect them to play fights a little more slowly, actually. I say that, but if they see an angle, if Huhi is way too far forward, same with River, then you can just push the button, cast him forward, same with Xin on his Nautilus. So it's on them. They have a lot of, I guess, proactivity in how they want to take fights.
I have a little bit of nerves here for GAM because when I see this composition of Poppy, Ari, Viego, Zeri, they are just going all in. And in the event that a team fight is a little bit messy or a little bit awry, Keeper's Verdict is just going to get rid of any of those disengage shields. So I think for Levi, his Gragas barrels could be huge in trying to create space and trying to interrupt like that death ball that GG have put together.
That is very true. Actually, remembering how just yesterday Yubao's Ari played, you know, you just need one kill for a reset. So if you're just getting one kill for a reset on Ari, if Zeri's able to just shoot for free, able to get that mobility, then yeah, looks great for Golden Guardians.
And think about that, River as well as Gory gonna have the Viego and the Ari with those chaining those kills together. So if the momentum is there, it could end up benefiting Golden Guardians for their debut at an international tournament. Let's take a look at the early shenanigans. Defensive start. And I'll just remind everyone once again that at least in terms of LCS performance in that run that brought Golden Guardians here, highest goal difference at 8 minutes, the top 3 forward percentage across all of their roles in terms of how far they push those lanes. And I think with these compositions, they should be able to do something similar.
That's fair. And I look at the opposite side with GAM Esports, and this is going to be a big challenge for Licorice. Kiaya has just been such a strong performer, not just domestically, internationally as a carry. Oftentimes, Levi will support him as well if he gets that gold lead. So I want to see how much of an advantage Kiaya can get in the first 8 minutes.
All right, Kiaya in the first 8 minutes then, as well as what will Stixxay do back on the international stage here. He's got that Zeri, not a champion he's found a huge amount of success with. And you can see all the keystones on your screen. In terms of these bottom lanes, it's been a while since I've seen a Zeri set. I mean, like a while.
Yeah.
I don't really know how it's going to interact because both Set and Nautilus, they kind of want to bump into one another. They're quite happy to go aggro once they get their full skills.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have Hex Flash. In level 1, you're going to expect Huhi to want to try and get a Flash E on Xin, get a good chunk on him. That's my expectation. Xin is playing pretty respectfully in the bush that's not warded, so that opportunity is not going to be able to show itself, and it's going to be a fight for level 2.
Oh, stepping forward just a little bit. Zin's waiting in the bush there.
He just doesn't want to show himself. It's a big risk.
It's also the threat, right?
Yeah.
If you get caught into that Nautilus auto and then held in place by the dredge line, well, that's going on. Level 1 trading in the top lane here. This Kiaya stepping forward on that Gwen. Does have the Ghost and the Teleport. And look, level 2 is just about to ding up here.
And a small thing, as we're waiting for this to actually come out, is both Levi and River playing opposite sides of the map. River domestically doesn't have that much proximity towards the enemy jungle, doesn't want to interact with them, wants to be actually looking for lane. So this is the lane he's chosen, it seems.
The wave's too far, and Huhi didn't land the punch, wasn't able to pull him backwards. So unfortunately, potential not there. Kati has got the flash, no W yet, by the way, so give a charm on it, Blade connects. Maybe there was some options, but look, these are like opportunistic placements, and the members of GAM haven't been able to be punished just yet.
Yeah, but if you check out the minimap, something big has happened. So Levi and River have actually tried to just split the side of the map. A lot of pressure now on FLICKR as he's been trading up against Kiaya. That can just straight up turn into a dive that Levi can go for. In fact, that should be the play.
Okay, all right, so now let's see whether or not he can make that work. FLICKR being bullied with those snips, pushed all the way underneath tower. Love the picture-in-picture from our observers, just showing River stealing away that Gromp. I would like to see the minimap in a second. Just keep an eye on where Levi is. Whenever you get those zoom-in res, I start wondering, here's Levi exactly as predicted. Body slam flash is available if needed. Starts to channel, connects, beautifully done. Just beautiful.
Instant, didn't give him a chance to respond there, but now Golden Guardians has to make it worthwhile and look for a dive bot lane. Style is really low.
Oh, yes, indeed. Teleport starting to be channeled. Kati's Tristan is coming out. Huhi's already down. River's the next target. He's committed that flash rocket jump forward there. Kati, TP to save the life. Kill secured by Style. GAM up 1,000 gold at 4 minutes.
Completely stuffed. Huhi walking straight in to start the fight, but he was way too low and got bursted down. So GAM Esports living high right now, making it on both sides of the map a positive.
Oh, really nicely done. And the fact that both Gwen and Xayah have secured those kills is huge.
Yes.
For how those two champions want to take over. I think something we didn't have a lot of time to talk about with that Gwen, as the game plays out, can be that side lane threat. Use some of the wave clear from Trist and from Xayah. Buy time with Gragas if you need to. Kiaya could be unlocked on the sides.
Yeah, that's true. And look at this. This has to be a lot of great prep coming in from GAM Esports side. Huhi going straight through mid in that line bush that is, and then gets caught out from that one. So no surprises there. Even though Kati used his TP bot lane, that should hurt him. He has been playing respectfully, and now we're looking at the top lane play quickly. So there was a worry that the W from Poppy could stop and buff the dive. Levi flashes perfectly to make it work. And then you look at the opposite end. Looking at Huhi's HP, I didn't expect him to go down so quickly.
Nor did I at all. I mean, I was so focused on River coming in for the engage. But look, Feathers pulled back and then the tower. I mean, it's just that burst damage is just too high.
Didn't even give him a chance to use his shield on that one. And the TP was at a perfect timing of commitment. So Golden Guardians now really suffering. They're behind. Something we already talked about, the contrast in play. GAM usually domestically starting from behind. Golden Guardians usually starting from ahead. So like this has completely changed in GAM's favor, where they have been the better team fighters usually. I want to see how that can change for Golden Guardians if they can fight back.
One thing I do like, the fact they are able to at least start off this dragon, will give them one of those opportunities to scale up towards, whether or not GAM chooses to contest the second or the third. It's one of those common sort of plays, the team that gets the kills of the gold lead early may end up conceding dragons because they can accelerate that gold lead. But for Golden Guardians, they are at least staying relevant on CS top and bottom, and there is a lead there for Glory because of Kati's TP.
Fair.
Now behind around 16 to 18 or so.
There it is. And I'll take a little bit of a step back just to talk about how team fights would probably go for GAM. I said kite back. I think it's going to be difficult for Viego in fights in general to find anything just because of how, much of a disengage Levi could throw out there. Same can be said with Style once he has access to ultimate and already has cleanse. Like, those are things that will make it difficult for that first reset to start.
And of course, that first reset can unlock so much more. Huhi gets booped down. Dredgeline connects onto Stixay. And they step away. Look at Levi, level 5, no flash available to him, and no support or flank here from River. No TPs either from Golden Guardian, so if GAM can connect that CC, but I like this, respect there. Huhi and Stixay immediately backing off, anticipating that some shenanigans could be up.
All right, and they have eyes on River as well, so they know that this is guaranteed. It's just going to be on Stixay and Huhi to play this one respectfully. If you know that your jungler is seen, you don't want to make an action happen here, and especially if you're already off at a deficit, so... Oh, they're angling for a play.
Go for it. Dredgeline is just sidestepped. Uhi threatening at least, gets chunked out. Looking at the minimap, here comes Kati's Tristana.
That's the thing. Worst case scenario, they'll probably just zone Huhi and Stixie out in the next wave. Honestly, they could try it again once Kati gets the next wave back mid. Diego recognizes seeing Levi, and so he's just cutting straight through the mid lane, going straight and trying to get into his own jungle. Maybe he can defend his red buff, but the goal is to defend bot lane.
I mean, this is so good from GAM. Controlled so far, calculated.
Yes.
Moving forward, once that wave was pushed back, Kati stepped out River. Run into Levi. Blast Cone, that was really good timing, actually. Levi snuck his way, I think, just past the crowd control. The dive ends up being thwarted.
Yes.
But it is still GAM sort of dictating the pace of this game.
Exactly, and not overstepping. That's the thing. If they make the first mistake, not overstepping, a lot of people will come out of the whole conversation about the VCS and GAM Esports and expecting them to make mistakes, dive quite frequently. This is the pick.
Snip, 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 but Keeper's Verdict used to save Lickorish's life. He is still even actually ahead on CS until that wave is cleared. So that is good, but that is the exact key ability that I think will be needed once Golden Guardians step forward. They have to make sure they get rid of the Gwen or get rid of that Gragas to focus those ADs.
Exactly. So that was a good call there from Lickorish, but the wave being pushed in, this is a perfect timing actually for GAM technically, just because off that base for a Lickorish, that should be an opportunity for Rift Herald, but with Huhi rotating up so early, it seems like it's just going to be a rush down from Golden Guardians.
I mean, definitely the case. No contest. I'm just taking a quick look at some of the early game stats because, you know, we mentioned it, but at least within the LCS, at 8 minutes, Golden Guardians traditionally have built up a good lead.
Yes.
Now, at 8, they are behind. Huhi and Gory being backed up by Stixie, turning the damage back around. Here comes River, can break the hearts of GAM. First kill secured by Stixie at MSI 23, and that is a great punish onto GAM.
That was so smart from Stixie. Ordinarily in that play, Stixie would be the one sole bot lane, and the response from GAM Esports is to push through mid, try to come up bot lane, try and find either a dive or to defend him on the, or like push him off the wave. He recognized that and just made the counter early and fought them straight through mid.
Birdie Num Num! Style forced to use that ult to escape, has a lot of feathers down. Let me see whether or not he wants to play for that blade call. Instead, he's going to be able to escape. So ult used, and now Stixie can pressure forward. It's a minute to go until the next Dragon is up, but that 1,000 gold lead has been caught back. And importantly for Golden Guardians, they've stemmed the bleeding. Licorice still playing defensive, but he's doing exactly what you need to do in laning phase against a Gwen.
Exactly, and it's also just been overall the reason for Golden Guardians chipping at the lead of GAM has just been smarter map play. It's been Huhi rotating up a little bit earlier and River just waiting for him to link up to get Rift Herald, and then Stixie realizing he didn't want GAM to even be given a chance to trade on that side of the map, and then going through mid. Those two things have been key to Golden Guardians coming back. And of course they have a Drake, so now they can play for Drake stacking.
They can. I mean, you know, we talked a lot about like Golden Guardians early game, but for GAM, they only got first blood in half of the games they played. They got it this game. First tower in half the games they played. Need to see who's going to take that first tower, but with the Tristana, potentially, if she's able to use that teleport, could unlock a tower very quickly. And similarly, like Heralds and Dragons, only 60%. So GAM, coming out the gates the first 10 minutes, have already shown a slightly stronger opening on the MSI stage, but that mid lane play is what really cost them that lead.
That's true, and honestly, it's just been about subverting expectations. We've laid that expectations out in the desk and prior to the tournament about what GAM and Golden Guardians are so good at doing, and now not just from the draft alone, but in the gameplay, it's been different. So Levi being our facilitating pick, and also the draft from GAM Esports playing towards more side lanes.
Like this fight, Raz. Do you want GAM to fight?
This should be a better fight for Golden Guardians.
Okay, let's find out. Dragon is about to be secured. Just straight up 50-50. Just watch each other. Managed to get the body slam down. First kill secured for both bot laners. Another for Gory. Kati is blown up. And Raz, you called it. This should be, that damn well was a good fight for GG.
A 3-for-1 for Golden Guardians, and they didn't even need Huhi to use his W. Like, that's the most insane part, is that GAM had bursted him down perfectly, but just took the wrong fight.
I have to be honest, I was a little thrown off by the fact they just stood staring at one another and watched Dragon go down. Like, a fight didn't start. I didn't really know what to do with myself.
They're just trying for a steal, and that's actually been one of the weaknesses of GAM domestically, is that even when they're kind of behind at certain moments or not really set up for success at a fight, they'll take the fight anyways. Because ordinarily they'll outplay that situation. So you can see Levi wanted to see if he can get the smite off, but you can see Huhi instantly in position for the engage, and even though he couldn't get his W out, as I mentioned, it was the first kill that was necessary for River to get off his resets.
And of course, that set, by the way, third time that we've seen it in 2023 in the support role.
Yeah.
And the first time the Who's played it since summer 22. So it's been, 6-7 months. Big smiles on the faces of the players. I'm going to do something a little bit off kilter. I don't know if Gullborg can hear me.
Is he here?
But I wonder if Gullborg could join us in a minute or two, because he talked about the fact that GAM like to go ARAM style in the mid lane.
Yes.
From 15 to 17 odd minutes. GAM are starting to get bullied a little. Look at this bottom lane. They're being pushed in, they're being shoved backwards. And we'll see if we can get Gullborg's attention. Maybe he can come join us and help us highlight this weird quirk of their play style.
Yeah, but while we're waiting, and if it ever happens, Style is just stuck. He's in prison. We're just waiting on the next wave, basically, to see what his sentencing is.
Oh, Schrodinger's Zaya, both dead and alive at the same time. Gets the root down, but it's onto Hui. He tanks up the tower. Stixxay survives. The plates are secured. And Golden Guardians, 1,000 gold up, 203 on that Zeri, and 202 on Rivers Viego. That is a great bounce back from conceding the early kills.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been looking great for Golden Guardians from the 10 minutes point onwards, and how River and Hui have been playing A, their fights, and B, how they supported and played around Stixxay.
Oh, look at that damage already. Orb Deception as well as an Everfrost combo. Tower dive opportunity, but look, it's going to be dash into the wall for Ki. Steadfast presence, buying time, flash, and Keeper's Verdict. Poppy, Copter, connect.
Successful.
That was great. Really well done.
There it is. He chose his target wisely there too, so he's able to defend off the dive. Golden Guardians looking great, and River is just looking to threaten mid lane on Kati. Maybe he can deny the next set of wave, but the fact that he's able to get a plate solely on Gory is just looking brutal.
Let's take a look what happens now. I mean, look, this is, I think, what we were kind of anticipating from the Golden Guardians early game.
Yeah.
But despite that small hiccup, they've bounced back fantastically. 2 dragons, 5 kills, a number of plates, the potential of a first tower as well. Look at that, 6 tower plates to 3.
It's been really smart, and a lot of it's just been domestically, and now we're seeing it a little bit on this stage. The trio of River, Gory, and Hui setting up fights quite nicely. Gory, now that he's in this position with Ahri, can be quite liberal in how he wants to play fights. Maybe he can play on side lanes and try to threaten turrets, or he can play on flank a little bit more and just push Style off and make him a little bit more uncomfortable with the range disadvantage. So, few things to look out for.
Well, 3 things to look out for. It's nearly 15 minutes. The game hasn't gone exactly as we're expecting. I can see Gullborg has come to join us.
For an explanation.
Listen, okay, so it's almost 15 minutes into the game. I know it's not looking good for GAM right here. I'm looking at all 5 Power Rangers going mid in a bit, but for now, we might see some other action.
Why do you think they do it? Because right now, GAM, they've obviously...
It's in their instinct. It is their blood, okay? The mid lane calls for them!
That's it. 1, 2, 3 members.
15 minutes!
Is on the way. They're starting to commit for it. I actually cannot believe you're almost there. But Gwen and Zaya are taking the side, so you got another minute and a half before it plays out.
Wait for the reset, okay? They're resetting now. You can see the AD carry movement for Style as well. Let's see where they go after. It may be disrupted just because there's a Drake up in less than a minute, but we'll see.
I mean, I love the fact that you're at it here. It's like the opposite of Caster's Curse. The fact you're able to come in there. Maybe it's because originally you took the analyst desk position, so we need to try that more frequently.
I mean, look, the reason that I wanted to bring Gullborg up is just, it's one of the weirdest things I've ever heard an analyst in a decade say.
Yeah?
And it's a strange but you showed the kill map, like,
I had like 9 replays, and production told me we can only get you 4 at best.
Raz, that is like 4-ish people. I do think the Dragon is throwing off the timing a little, but they were grouping, they were pushing mid to then head towards that Dragon.
But they've been countered. The fact that they're going up against Nayram.
Oh!
What can they do?
We should just call it Murder Bridge then and see how it plays out.
Yes, we've been molded in the darkness of just staying through mid lane.
Oh, hold up here. There's a Herald in the mid lane. We could see more members come around in just a bit. Could be a fight into a Drake, but for now, I think Golden Guardians with that mid lane pressure, they're going to reclaim the vision around the Drake, and they're going to pick up that 3rd Drake, putting them on soul point. But look at the mid lane. We still have 4 members here.
I mean, look, I do think as well, it's like, it is one of these like contested picks as FLICKR will once again get a fantastic Keeper's Verdict. Gullborg, I think as we're going to set up for this next Dragon fight, I want to say thank you so much. That was a great observation.
I was going to say, it's past the 15-minute mark. I'm leaving again. It's in your hands now.
Later. Please thank you. Say thank you to Law for letting us borrow you for like 5 minutes. All right, so back in game now. 2,000 gold, lead 3 Dragons at 16 minutes. Raz, every LCS fan is going to be pretty happy about the state of the game right now. Golden Guardians in their debut game on stage, despite one small stumble early, they've really answered well. And in particular, this Licorice Poppy pick, it has defended and absorbed so much pressure.
And he deserves credit for it. That second dive, I mean, the first dive was impossible to really deal with how well it was played out. Second dive, the moment he had access to ulti, just quite impossible for Levi. And it has to feel frustrating for GAM Esports because domestically, they're quite, used to dealing with bloodiness. They're quite used to dealing with teams taking fights to them. In fact, oftentimes, instead of trading sides of the map when they're behind, GAM Esports will defend the play and take the fight anyways. But it's been Golden Guardian saying, I don't think so. Gory on Ari can ult away, has flash, worst case scenario. Same could be said with River if he's in a tough spot. And we've seen a lot of times with FLICKR really defending pressure. So it's just tough, man.
It really, really is tough. And for GAM, now they're going to need to use all of those disengage tools to their advantage. The Buster Shot, the Feather Storm, because they're going to start getting dived. I mean, look at this. Golden Guardians, 1, 2, 3, 5-man stack towards the top. KT is trying to take that bottom tower, does so. And while the top tower is going to be traded.
And this is smart from GAM Esports, because their comp, as I mentioned, has to play through sides. And they're defending the play on Kiaya. Zin and Levi doing a great job to make it so he can at least be there and not die and fall. He can maybe farm up a little bit, take some experience, worst case scenario, while Kati has been farming on the opposite side of the map. So they're behind, but they're not out. It's not an impossible game, but they must fight the next Drake. The Drake Soul is there for Golden Guardians, and it's favorable to them.
But they have to fight it better than they did the previous Drake.
Yeah.
Like, just standing, staring, waving at them. I mean, I'll acknowledge Huhe and Jin obviously did initiate the fight on the north side of the river. But both junglers just stared at one another. It's like, all right, who's going to hit Smite?
Who's going for it?
Who's going to get it?
And meanwhile, on who he's at, he's like, I got the fight. I'm ready for this positioning. He's thinking about the fight while River's thinking about the Smite. So it's a nice kind of situation to be in. I will say for GAM Esports, ideally, if you're kind of falling behind but you want to take the next fight, you're just trying to farm the next member who has flash. Sadly, all of Golden Guardians will have flash next Drake when it does spawn up. But I would look for stick safe. You can get a good situation, a Gragas Cask or an ulti from Nautilus on him, then that could be a point of attack.
I mean, look at that. Kati got what, four autos onto Licorice. Kraken Slayer for both him as well as Zaya. They need a little more time. I think 2, 3 items each is ideally where these both ADs could shred through that front line.
Yes.
Tristan and Zaya are particularly good at them and adept. And if they've got the mobility tools, they will be able to have enough time to get enough autos down to burn through the front line. So there's part of the voice in the back of my head saying there's a little bit of a timer on Golden, but there's great scaling on both sides. It will come down to execution, of course. But I do like the range, I do like the mobility or the disengage tools that the two carries of GAM have.
It will be a little bit tough for Style, because just from a front line perspective, Zin and Levi, quite fragile, especially with Levi, of course, going AP as you should. So it's going to be on Style to recognize that Gorisbreg kind of threatened him on the side lane, or at least on the flanks, and that Huhi could just straight up send Levi or Zin right onto his head, and he has to blow his ulti early. So while that's the case, the start of the fight is going to be a little hard, and it's going to be reliant on Kiaya. If he can get a good enough chunk on Licorice top side, as I'm mentioning that, Kati's in threat.
Yes, he is. Going to need to buy so much time. He's going to be able to rocket jump for now. Get smacked in the place by the King of Dead, and that's just easily done. Teleport secured. A minute to Dragon. 40-second death timers. The rest of the members of GAM grouping up towards the top lane. Frankly, that was just an easy punish from Golden Guardians, taking advantage of Kati's positioning.
And it's just such a smart ward to have on the side lane, recognizing that Kati's been doing that for the past 5 minutes.
Yes.
And so it's like, great, wait for him to push, set up around him with the vision that we have, TP right on top of his head.
Very nicely done. He manages to push their ward line forward, so for the next Dragon for the Soul. And we're playing for an Infernal Soul as well, which is going to be great for, well, both sides, obviously. But a 22-minute Soul and a 2,000 gold lead. Golden Guardians are in absolute position to take over game 1. They're interrupting the backs as well, delaying this. So Teleport not coming forward. There's that 5-man stack in the middle lane, grouping up.
Where's
10
GB
seconds
when you
to
need
Dragon.
him?
Hey, listen, GB was right. That previous Dragon timing just messed it up. Golden Guardians got those timers on the Dragons ticking quicker than they do in the BCS. as the fight is starting out. Initiation, Showstopper goes forward. So much burst onto Levi, and it's Golden Guardians pushing forward. Keeper's verdict sends Kiaya flying. Dash forward for Gory, the Orb Reception is out. That's a double for Zeri. 3 members of GAM are down, and Golden Guardians lose 1, gain 3, and look for Soul.
Man, the martyr Huhi, willing to take the bullet for the team to get the great fight that he had there. And so that's going to be a guaranteed soul for Golden Guardians because they were willing to take that first punch.
Who is he? Call him the GOAT.
There we go.
Really nicely done there. Huhi initiates that fight so well. And GAM, like you said, so difficult to execute. That composition, they were just caught a little bit unawares. Both ADs forced to retreat, so they didn't get time to get those autos out.
And I was trying to figure out how the fight was going to start. The whiff from Gory's E, but the Huhi W, yes, blows Styles' ulti early, and so it makes it so much easier for Gory and Stixate to take a front-to-back fight, knowing that they can just jump straight on top of Styles' head. So great job there. It would have been a little bit harder if Kiayo has been in the fight, but honestly, Licorice has been on point.
And also, if memory serves, did Cuddy use Buster shot in that bottom lane since really got TP'd on?
Ooh, don't remember.
I didn't actually catch it in that previous fight, but it looked like it was not available on the Observer client. So that's the Soul now secured, and Golden Guardians have systematically taken down GAM Esports. They're setting up for the Baron. The lead feels so much bigger than the gold shows on screen.
It really does. And it feels like it's gone a lot to the prep. I've talked about the prep early for GAM Esports and how they got their first advantage in the first 4 minutes of the game. But Golden Guardians prep has been great here. It reminds me, 2014, 2013, when we saw a lot of kind of side lane meta. We saw great wards on side lanes. I thought GAM Esports in this game did a great job putting a control ward in that dot bush really close to their second tier turret to just stop those wards from happening. Golden Guardian said, actually, it's going to be right out of range. Let's see if a 50-50 comes up here.
I don't think it will. Once again, another fantastic use of that pop. The ultimate Baron is secured. The Showstopper is dropped. A Haymaker is popped.
Bang!
With a heroic charge, a flash, a dash, and a smash. Golden Guardians ace GAM, get Baron, and are now setting their sights at the Nexus.
Way too clean for Golden Guardians. It's just a big surprise. Coming into this tournament, I was like, oh, this is as tough as you can get of a bracket going up against GAM Esports, and then if they were to take them down, you still have to go up against BLG. I'm not even thinking about that because GAM is a team you have to respect. They respected him to the nth degree today.
I mean, it's one of the games I kind of expected there to be more skirmishes and more fighting across the board, but what we saw was GAM taking an early punch and landing it.
Yep.
And then Golden Guardians just having play after play after play, systematically picking apart GAM, playing and prioritizing the right lanes, and I just think taking advantage of whenever GAM showed a made a play on one side of the map, GG pushed something else.
Yes, it's been relentless as well. Just taking a look at this replay, my 2 highlights here is the Licorice ulti to completely bop Gragas out of the fight and not make it a 50-50. And then you look at Huhi to be the one that starts the fight yet again. Those 2 things make it completely easy for Golden Guardians to secure the Baron and secure the fight.
Really well played. And it's one of those fights where you can see it play out. You just know it's going to be a slaughter. And it is so good to see the reactions. Golden Guardians opening up their MSI campaign with a dominant game 1. 7,000 gold up. That's a 4,600 gold Baron power play, which is fantastic.
It's disgusting. Honestly, I liked what GAM Esports did when they were behind. They tried to play through sides. They tried to play away from Golden Guardians' game plan, but they were just denied. That's one thing. Same goes for what they tried to look for a dive bot lane. They were denied. And I wonder if they're going to get denied once more. Gonna have to see if this dive ends up happening.
Excuse you, Levi. I heard that one under the tower. I mean, look, the Tristana mid did not have, I think, the influence or the impact that GAM were hoping for.
Yeah.
I think the bottom lane and River, the way he moved around the pressure and responded to where Levi was ganking was great. So I do want to see what GAM do in this next game, because right now, he's looking very unlikely they can defend. I mean, Kiaya is in the top lane. Teleport not available. 1 inhibitor's down, 2 inhibitors are down. The LCS's second seed is now looking at the Nexus turret. Rocket jump to safety. Charm will not connect. Licorice is chasing Kiaya, taking that blast going over the wall. Baron empowered minions still hammering away, starting to clear out the cannons from GAM. Nexus is now the focus, and Gory flashes away from that dredge line. is going to escape for now, but Golden Guardians take nearly everything in the base, force Kiaya back. Well, they'll wait for those supers to move into the base, and then they can look. 1.5 minutes for Elder if you want to play it safe, and with that Elder, that's potentially an avenue if they don't just want to push in with the supers.
Exactly, and if I look at GAM's perspective here, yes, it's tough, but you have to plan ahead. Baron coming in 2 minutes time, maybe you can get a nice 50-50, but that means you have to push into your red side jungle and start chipping at those wards that exist. Right now, I think they've done a decent job. The only ward that's available is that one in tri-bush there that River is right next to. So it is possible, but they have to recognize if River starts to retake that jungle, they have to fight back.
I mean, they do. And for GAM, this is one of the games where they had a deficit of 14 and were unable to bring it back.
Yeah.
If memory serves, with a goal deficit of 14 minutes, GAM Esports are still 18-8 in the VCS, if I recall correctly. But it's a phenomenal comeback rate.
Yeah.
I don't think this composition was going to have the tools maybe to lean into that, in my opinion.
Yes.
They fell behind. They weren't able to deal with pop. He's there, running at them. Oh, and set, of course.
Yes.
So unfortunately for them, compositionally, it was just going to be so difficult to walk that tightrope. And that's why they find themselves down nearly 10,000 with their entire base in tatters.
And that's going to be some of the criticism you'll probably hearing from some of the regional representatives, that this isn't the style of GAM Esports. This is not them playing towards Levi. This is not them playing towards a team fight composition. So want to see if there's anything happening here. Just checking out the fog.
We'll find out. Charm goes wide. Ultra Shock Laser. Showstopper, and look at that AoE. 1, 2, 3 already secured. A double for Gory. This is bloody for Golden Guardians. They ace GAM once more and turn their sights to the Nexus. 19 kills, 28 minutes. The Soul, and the first win for the LCS and MSI. The first international victory for Golden Guardians.
What a great way to kick off their first international appearance for Golden Guardians. A statement game there. Huhi, to me, was the playmaker. Agreed. He was huge.
Agreed.
We talked about it a little bit, the fact that he hadn't played set all split long.
Yep, since summer last year.
But Trevor, I say Trevor.
That's my name, right?
No, I meant Stixay. Stixay's talked about it in interviews. He's talked about how, hey, if Huhi talks about a pick that he hasn't picked throughout the split, or maybe haven't picked in practice, you just trusted him. He just goes for something new. 18 unique picks throughout this split, and you just add another one to that list.
That is phenomenal. I love seeing the reactions. Golden Guardians ecstatic as they walk off stage. The one thing I will ask you, though, in terms of the draft, I did not expect that from GAM at all. It's not the look I was anticipating. First time Gragas that I've seen this year, first time Tristan of Katsi that I've seen all year.
Yeah.
Is that an indication that the team is trying something new? Or is it a bigger hint of how the meta is shaping up? Because bot lanes teamfight type comps has kind of been the flavor that we've been seeing.
I think they tried their hand at flexing, recognizing that Golden Guardians would do the same with those exact same picks.
Yeah.
Tristana especially, the Gragas is another one. They tried to play to their opponents, and I think they'll have a different angle going into the next game. Absolutely, they should.
I wonder if they'll go back to what's worked for them within their domestic leagues, within the VCS. GAM Esports got really, really controlled, and it's one of those strange games, unlike what we saw out of BLG earlier, where they accelerated the tempo, they completely crushed. It was action, action, action. This was really calculated. It was really calm. And for a team's debut, matches on stage, obviously there's a wealth of experience in the players. That looked really good from Golden Guardians.
Exactly. I would say the first things that comes to mind from the side of Golden Guardians, River got to play exactly how he wants. Split map, so he can play a lot more of a surgical game. You look at Huhi as well, being able to link up with him and make plays. That's one thing. For GAM Esports, a change that I want to see. Play towards that carry action, or even just a Wukong that has been so successful for him, so they can take the fights that's worked for them throughout the split. That's something that they could play towards. And also, hey, Levi loves to invade and make it a 1v1 to River. So give him that opportunity so he can actually do that. So maybe they can guarantee a better level 1 so they can secure that they have a mirrored matchup.
I definitely want to see something like that myself, because we are busy getting ourselves set up. Excuse that.
Oh, snap.
We will be going with analyst dates in just a moment, waiting for production to give us that heads up. But I definitely think I want to have a chat about, in terms of the early game and how split maps played out, where River was spending his time, where Levi was spending his time, in terms of pressure, because I did feel that FLICKR, while he was a recipient of their first gank, after that, almost every time they went there, Golden Guardians got something as a benefit.
And I think that speaks a lot to FLICKR's ability to just kind of soak up a lot of pressure. He's done that throughout the regular season on his Malphites and all that, and he's able to do that again.
We are ready to
go.
Thank you so much. Let's head over to the analyst desk. We'll be back for game 2 in just a minute.
Yes, thank you, Quickshot. Lots to say about this game, but the LCS start MSI 2023 with a W, and it feels good for the region. Now the casters relieved.
For the first 3 or 4 minutes of that game, were freaking me out.
We'll talk about this in a few, but the casters was just mentioning the fact that we saw a lot of surprises with this draft, especially coming from the GAM side with picks that we don't usually see them play. And they left things up in the air with the Nautilus Tristana to open the draft. You didn't know really where these picks would go.
Yeah, just for the record, this is not with pick order. I know you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but this is the 4 comms against each other here. I think it was really interesting because we see the set going into the Nautilus. This is a champions that we've seen before work into it. The idea is quite simple. You get hooked, you soak up all the pressure, and you throw a haymaker back in his face. But we still see some of the more poppy, but I thought in general for Golden Guardians, this was a really interesting composition, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a lot of champions that we haven't quite seen people on before, even though it matches their playstyle. I mean, like, Huhi is an incredible set. He's played it plenty of times in the past, but not this year. FLICKR can play tanks, but I don't think we've seen the Poppy this year either. So it was a lot of first timing for them, which was made me a little bit nervous. But to the GAM point, it did feel like they got a little lost in the sauce with all the flexes, that they didn't end up with the picks that they necessarily want, where like Levi is not in a carry position.
Yeah, I think that was what I was having the biggest question marks for as well, because we don't see the facilitating in the mid lane either. We see that Levi was on the facilitator. We actually saw him skipping camps to go into the enemy jungle, move up towards the top side for ganks as well, which is something that we don't usually see from Levi, okay? He needs to, or he doesn't necessarily needs to, but he's usually the carry that gets played for. This time around, he took a step back. He was the facilitator, and you could see GAM was a bit uncomfortable with that playstyle.
Uncomfortable, but it played out well for them in the early game, especially with Levi trying dives on the top lane, and then backfiring on the bot lane for GG with like an unfortunate dive.
Yeah, that's why I was getting terrified. Because okay, you got the Gwen counter pick into the Poppy, and you initially have this really nice early dive because there was that kind of split map jungle situation that went through, and you go, okay, that was the strong side for GAM. They execute on the dive. I'm hoping for the same thing on the bot side.
Yeah, the problem is that Huhi here walks up to ignite, then bails and like, wait, I don't actually want to go for the dive anyway, and then you're already rooted down. So despite no one actually auto-attacking, use the abilities, that ignite into, oh god, I actually didn't want this, abort, and then like, you know.
Yeah, and that's your strong side of the map that happened. You know, you lose your flash on your jungler, so River's on the back foot, and it felt like, okay, we can't make around Gory as easily now. So it was a moment where I was like, oh, this could get very bad very quickly if they keep snowballing top or anything like that. Fortunately, not the case.
Yeah, and they came back right after, and as we said, they were focusing a lot on objectives, and this is when Golden Guardians came back in our Cisco. Every second counts, move for the game, and again, Huhi saving the day here.
Yeah, after a bit of a bad start, you could say, to the game, Huhi seemed to learn set as the game went on, started finding monster engages here at this dragon fight, basically dodging out on that Gragas ultimate while comboing in.
Yeah, and talk about extra emphasis on every second counts, because that ultimate into the Nautilus was absolutely perfect to stop the knockup to come through, really set up the entire team. You can talk about it's a bit of a misuse of an ultimate, but going into this fight as well, absolutely huge from Golden Guardians.
Yeah, show some of the stuff that they do well, which is some of the fundamentals. Licorice marking the jungler, knocking him out. Huhi camping the teleport, so as soon as that was finished by Kiaya, he can actually just ult him right into the middle of the pit. Huge haymaker follow-up this time around and setting up Golden Guardians.
We've talked about Huhi before the match, how he was reliable in this Golden Guardian. Oh,
that's also the classic Huhi. After one team fight, if he doesn't lean back and clap, you know something's wrong.
I mean, that's the thing. We've talked about how you have really successful role swap. I think in the case of Huhi, it's really the case here. Adding another pick to his champion pool and really using the picks that are going to set up his team the best way.
Yeah, and you were talking about it. You know, we can definitely see him on Enchanters if that's what we're looking at. I think for me personally speaking, I love the most when he's on Engagers.
Yes.
And even in a situation like this, where the pick just makes sense, once again, you can play it as a kind of disengage. You soak up the pressure. You find the right moment. There was times where he pulled the trigger a little too hard, but it was pretty much only one fight where it looked too questionable. Outside of that, he was really perfect on the engage, on how he needed to play this game and what his role needed to bring in the team.
Now, thinking about the next game, GAM chose blue side going into this second match, and I'm looking to see what kind of adaptation and maybe going back to some of the old picks, some of the ones that brought them success, to maybe come back in this best of 3.
Yeah, because despite that early game advantage that you see here, it did quickly slip out of their control, and pretty smooth sailing for Golden Guardians after that initial fumble. So to that point, looking at game 2, I would love to see, like we were saying, some more carry potential for Levi, as well as a little bit more scrapping potential early on. I think Gory getting Ahri, what seems to be one of the highest priority champions in the current meta to one of the power points for Golden Guardians in the early game feels like a bit of a mistake.
Yeah, I think as well, just from GAM, you need something where you can actually 2v2 in the mid lane, get the pressure from the mid lane, and then actually use it on objectives instead, because I think that was the big point where they actually fell behind. Golden Guardians, despite fumbling the dive, they still came out with a better reset timer where they got the first Drake, continuously then was able to stack it, while on the side of GAM, they weren't really doing much, and especially not with their leads. Even Ki up towards the top side struggled to translate his lead into more kills, into more gold, because every single time the Poppycopter would just go, slam it down, and the Gwen was just out of there. So yeah, they couldn't really translate their leads.
True, and on the side of GG, really good execution later on in the game and played to their team's strength. Are we happy with what we saw so far?
I'm plenty happy. I've seen G2 and how scared they can make you. That was actually not that bad in consideration.
Yeah,
might come now.
Less heartbreaks. We'll see after the break what happens with that. We're going to head into a quick break and we'll be right back for game 2.
Just 2 things today. Let's just make sure we listen to each other and be confident. Like, if you guys see a fight angle, let's fight, okay?
There it is.
Flash is available if needed. Starts to channel, connects, beautifully done. Just beautiful. Dragon is about to be secured. Just straight up 50-50, just watch each other. Managed to get the body slam down. First kill secured for both bot laners. Another for Gory. Dante is blown up. And as you called it, this should be, that damn well was a good fight for GG.
Nice.
Who is he? Call him the GOAT.
There we go.
Really nicely done there. Get it.
New and existing customers can choose the phone they want, like the incredible iPhone 14 on us.
Not to brag, but I'm on Verizon now. And I got to choose the phone I wanted for free.
Not that you're bragging.
Choose the phone you want on us. Verizon.
I'm not here to hurt you. I'm you. From the future. I don't know what happens in the future, but it's not up to you to fix the world all by yourself.
Welcome back to London. Have you got yourself a bottle of water? Because right now, GAM are on the blue side. I definitely forced that one, but I love hearing it. Blue side GAM, I want to see some changes. Yeah. I did not love the draft in game 1. I don't think it was what I have seen them have success with in the VCS. I don't think it's the essence of what's helped them pick up wins. So if I were to challenge you to say, what 3 things do you want GAM to change to pick up game 2 and take us to game 3, what would you say?
Number 1, I would say have a stronger level 1 within your comp so you can actually force a non-split.
So no double ADs?
Yeah, so that would help too. But if you can force so there's no split map, I think that's better for you. Number 2, I would say a carry jungler for Levi. That's just how they play throughout the season, is putting the resources in Levi's pockets and allowing him to influence the matchup with him and River. That's number 2. And then number 3, it's pretty simple for me with this team, is I would just ban Poppy.
Just ban Poppy, okay.
There's 2 games now that we've had information on, and Divine Sunder Poppy is one thing I didn't expect coming into this tournament. We've seen Broken Blade do really well with it, and we're starting to see great work here from FLICKR. So that's one thing that I would take out from this game.
I think the analysts were talking about the Ahri pick as well.
Yeah.
It's becoming one of those premier picks in that middle lane. Poppy is not banned, is available. And with GAM on the blue side, this time round, they're locking in that Zeri. So it was Anillusion Vi, followed by Jinx, Kanan, Rakan, and Zeri now secure for GAM.
I personally don't expect it as a first phase ban. I would expect it in the second phase. And if you do see Licorice go first phase on that Poppy pick, then you're easier to deal with it.
See, that's why I'm happy you're on that side, because I need brains to back me up here. I need brains to back me up on this one. It will be the Tristana locked in. Do you reckon?
I don't reckon. I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Yeah. I don't think so. I think the Belveth is a little bit more legitimate, but just in general.
Listen.
We did the cardinal sin.
Gory's got an infinite KD on the one Tristana game he's played this year.
True.
I just wonder if this is going to become a thing. So River once again get that Viego. I do like this carry hover here on the Wukong. The reason I put some numbers, we said 16 games on Wukong, 10 games on Lee Sin, 8 on Vi, and then it drops Sejuani, Hecarim, Nocturne. So for Levi, those kind of like initiating tools, but more of the skirmishy, bruiser, fighter types, like the Wukong, is the signature pick. 15 wins in the VCS, it's locked in again.
It's a much better position, and we're seeing a supported pick there from Kati. So now we already have a nice wombo combo there from GAM Esports. Makes their team fight a little bit stronger. Golden Guardians will have that information going in the second phase, so they can start to ban away some picks that would make it even better. Liking these hovers, but remember, Cardinal Sin, don't talk about them. I already messed up the last time. I already messed up.
Listen, that's a Trevor thing. That's a Trevor. I just get so tilted by it because players always debate.
Yes.
Always debate.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, so with the LeBlanc locked in, it will be Stixxay running Tristana. He's got himself 2 games this year, both of them victories, 21 KDA on the pick.
Yeah.
So we're seeing Tristana today. I don't think we saw Tristana yesterday, if I recall correctly. So just a little bit of a difference. And one of the things we talked about on the analyst desk is maybe how the different groups could theoretically have slightly different metas. You don't know who the scrim partners are. They're obviously most likely not playing each other. So that's the biggest kind of tweak I'm seeing, I think, today.
Yeah, I mean, with BLG putting out the Nautilus mid, the same with G2, maybe I could make an assumption there.
Yep.
But Gory going towards the LeBlanc, that's a pick that he's gone through pretty frequently. 3 picks there for him during the LCS. The win rate's not too great, but in general, like that's been something that he's been really successful with, is playing assassin mid lanes that allow him to take different angles in fights. And it's a great pick knowing that he's going up against Orianna. So I like that. It works well with him and River in tandem to try and find one execute so they can get that one possession and start fights next.
Yeah, and I mean, with how controlled Golden Guardians played in game number 1.
Yeah.
Even though they didn't generate that lead in the laning phase that we've become accustomed to, man, their bounce back was great. We were talking about how it was a really like a patient and deliberate game. Just strangled absolutely all opportunities. It'll be harder this time. Wukong and Orianna, Zeri, they'll be able to become online a little bit earlier, have that little bit more skirmish potential, which is what we're hoping to see.
And the one thing for GAM, being able to take at least one positive from the prior game was their first 3 minutes was beautiful.
Yeah. So that is a silver lining if ever I've, that is a copium if I've ever heard one. No, copium, that's definitely copium.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of copium there. I'm sucking a lot of it just so we can have a competitive series. That's what I want, is a competitive series here for GAM so we can see the best of them. But the bans are being Poppy 4 picks perfectly. I think it makes it easier so you put Licorice in a much tougher position.
We're just going to blow past the Amumu locked in on 4. Support Amumu for Huhi.
He's played it once with 100%. I mean, he's won once with it. And actually, Stixxay talked about that pick in particular. And he just has confidence in Huhi if he just picks something out, just throws something on the table. So yeah, I want to play Amumu. It's worked well from there when he was 100 Thieves support. It worked excellently there for him too in an international event. So like, those are things that you look out for Good counter.
Now, what do you make of these final lock-ins here? Braum secured to back up Styles, Zeri in the bottom lane, Fiora for Kiaya in the top lane, and FLICKR needs to figure out what he wants to run into it. How do you take the comp into consideration? As FLICKR, he played the Poppy in game number 1, and this Amumu could have huge impact when you think of him locking down the Orion, the Wukong, or the Fiora to set up for the Viego and the Tristana.
It's interesting because at least if I look at the Braum, makes it maybe a little bit more difficult for River to get possessions. If I look at the Fiora, 7 Fiora games, 7 wins for Kiaya. So they're going back to putting resources into Kiaya, but at least this time around they have team fight picks available on the Wukong and Orianna. So I think they are still willing to take fights, but then they will now pressure Licorice a little bit more. It's going to be harder for Licorice to find the success that he did in the last game in absorbing pressure.
And of course, with that Renekton locked in, again, another champion that can come online a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
Have that punch, have that skirmishes. Of the teams that I was anticipating, maybe throwing something a little bit out there, it wasn't Golden Guardians that I was higher up on hopes.
Yeah.
But the Amumu is now secured. So how do these teams win overall? We've talked about some of the specific champion interactions.
Yeah.
How do they close out the game?
So for me, for Golden Guardians, if they were to take fights, it would just be off of LeBlanc initially. If she's threatening Style or Kati, trying to get a chain off of them so it makes it easier for River and Amumu to then follow up. They just need 1 kill. 1 kill for that 1 reset and actually start getting the ball rolling. And so that's how I think they want to take fights. Gory, when he's on LeBlanc, he's fun to watch. He's somebody that will look in for Fog, will take the red trinket a little earlier so he can try and play out those fights, early Drake fights, a lot more creatively. So it's a fun game to see. That just means that GAM has to be aware of it.
In terms of the initiation as well, I kind of don't mind. Like, you're looking for a flank with LeBlanc. If GG get the same control they did in game 1, those opportunities are there.
Yeah.
If the bandage toss doesn't connect, you just don't go forward. You know, so it's one of those things. But I will say that as far as initiation goes, I do prefer the Wukong plus Orianna combo in terms of the Cyclone, but neither of these teams are those like traditional, like hard engaged type champions.
The only thing that I would look at and say they could be a little bit more, just like a dark horse that can come out in this fight is Licorice. On the Renekton, generally going Gore Drinker, but I've seen people who have been rising on the ladder of just trying to play a lot of Renekton now that Nidalee has been a pick. And I've been seeing a lot of Prowler's Claw. And so I know whenever we talk about Prowler's Claw, Renekton, and hype it up, it goes into competitive and people don't play it. I'm just throwing that out there in the ether if it does happen.
It would be awesome if it does.
Yeah.
It'd be very celebratory. And of course, if you are watching at home, connect your League of Legends account with a Prime Gaming. Grab that exclusive Got Him emote. Golden Guardians got GAM in game number 1.
See if they can get him back.
And one of those points that you were talking about in order to get GG back was stronger level 1, potential, looking at how the map's going to get split. So you can see right now, Golden Guardians grouped up a little on the bottom.
And they do have a stronger level 1 with the Braum. So if there is an invade that comes through from Golden Guardians, they can stuff it immediately. That's why we're seeing Xin be in position for it. Not happening. So this is actually much better for GAM than last game. As I said, there's no split map. They're able to defend a possible invade. And I'm liking this right now from the level 1.
All right, already slightly higher potential, let's say, from game number 1. But I think we've got definitely more explosive options in the top lane and bottom lane. That Fiora Renekton as well as the Amumu and Tristana stepping forward. This is not a support pick that I've personally seen in a long time.
Yeah, it's been some time. But one thing that's going to make this lane a little bit boring, sorry to say, Trevor, is that we're seeing an exhaust here from Xin and no cleanse there from the Tristana. So there's not really a chance for her to jump in. She's just going to get completely stuffed. No opportunity for a jump reset if that does happen. So I think she's going to play this lane respectfully and just try for push. So as much as everyone hates to hear it, that's just going to be the reality.
Well, I mean, hypothetically then, that sets us up for either big game or late game fights, right? Skirmishes. Do you prefer one composition to the other? Like, it feels to me it's a little easier to play Golden Guardians.
It's a little bit easier.
But both of them are kind of similar. You throw your meaty boy, either the crocodile or the monkey at the enemy and hope they find a target.
Yeah, it's a little easier, and that's why I'm just looking towards the mid lane position, because if Kati gets a free mid lane, and if he's able to farm up quite nicely on side lanes too, then actually it's just really threatening dealing with GAM's composition. They can just blow up Stixay or River and just make it hard for them to even get that first pick. So I agree with you. Easier initially on Golden Guardians just because they're going to be threatening mid. They're going to be making it harder for Kati to get farm on side lanes. But if something happens that's disastrous for the early game and makes Kati get early game farm, then yes, it's going to be much better off from GAM Esports. I'm going to start to favor them.
Yeah, let's take a look at this. River, as well as Levi trading in the jungle. River's losing this one, forced to flash over the wall. Levi holds on to his, and River stepped into GAM's jungle, is punished for it, and loses his flash.
There it is. You don't want to be doing that. in the finals there, GAM versus STBC in VCS, like, Levi did that. He invaded and he actually got a heads up on the enemy jungler. So this is the opposite, and River paid that price, actually.
Well, what does this do for River? He's low, still clearing out those Krugs up in the top. We've got a quick glimpse there of FLICKR. He's being pushed back in the top lane, and Gory threatening this middle lane, exactly like you said.
Yeah.
Raz, you know, likes to play forward, likes to get in your face. I mean, as you should, on that champion, and Levi, with a wave and a half, at least considering it, stepped right over that Golden Guardian's ward. So, Interrupter's back, River's holding on to it, but look at the damage from that lunge.
He is so low, but River is out of vision, and they were able to catch Levi walking up. So they're going to be able to defend him
Elden Meek will get some HP back. Stacked up for FLICKR. Ruthless Predator could have done work. So GAM, they look for the opportunity. The heal and the potential stun means they have to back away.
Two great things that happened there for Golden Guardians. One was the ward, and the other one was River just being in position. But taking a look at the bot lane skirmish, nothing does happen.
Just like you said, boring.
Yes.
They tried to, no. I mean, obviously the Braum Unbreakable, then also having that exhaust.
Yeah.
It's just an even trade. But there should be a CS advantage for Style if he can clean up most of this wave as you expect him to do.
Yeah, River's been on point, though. Just taking a step back and seeing what he was able to do at the top side of the map. I don't know whose ward it was in particular that was placed there in that bush and top side that caught Levi coming up top lane, but River just stayed out of vision, waited for Levi to commit, then walked in, defended the play. Hard to do anything there, so that was a good job there from Golden Guardians, keeping FLICKR up and alive.
Now, this is a little bit more of how I was expecting game one to play out. Like, you can see River playing aggressive, trying to step forward. Gory's pushing that middle wave, bottom wave. I mean, every lane for Golden Guardians is pushed. And look at this, grouped up, invading.
Oh!
Available, chicken is secured. River's looking for an opportunity. No level 6s for those mid laners, so Xin now under some threat. Huhi finds the bandit.
Yeah!
Blast cone catches Braum. He's locked to the jungle, and first blood secured for Stixxay.
This is what we were hungering for. Any type of scrapping, and we tend to get it there.
Ooh, Mimic Chain, 2-chain.
Oh.
Waiting for Shockwave. Kati's being ignited, but he's on level 5. He's only level 5, no ulti available.
Ah, so close there. But Kati was in position. He wanted to join Levi in that fight. Try and collapse there on River, who was trying to pick something up. But overall, really enjoyed that from GAM.
And but ultimately, it's Golden Guardians to get the first dragon. Well, yeah, should get the first dragon.
Yeah.
They got the first blood. They got the soul by, what, 22 minutes or something in the first game? And this one will be uncontested, just a few seconds late for Levi. But another early advantage without conceding first blood. So Golden Guardian is going to be ecstatic with game 2.
Yes, I was getting too ahead of myself. I was just excited for any type of scrap there from GAM Esports. The fact that it didn't work out, it blows, right? Xin was trying, Kati was trying, and they were both pushed out. Gory defended, you know, the mid laner, Kati, from joining in, and they just, that blast cone was nice to see. So
really nicely done. I mean, it was just played exceptionally well. And again, kind of similar to that first game, you know, we were talking about a little bit off air how it was one of those, like, really, really controlled wins.
Yeah.
That made it beautiful to watch if you're a Golden Guardians fan.
Yes.
But not as bloody as we saw from the BLG series earlier today. But it definitely gives me some hope here for Golden Guardians. Law brought up the storyline. You know, this team, that Cinderella story to make it here to MSI, somewhat reflective of Stixxay and Huhi's journey is now in this middle lane. Huhi's going to be under some threat. Only level 4 flashes away to safety. Ultimate cast occurs, so as one is killed, secured. Style forced to flash over the wall. It's a 1-for-1 in the river. I think that started with Huhi getting caught out. But Golden Guardians, again, strong start to a series against a team that could have been problematic or chaotic.
Yeah.
And they've got the answers, like you said, in the prep.
Yeah, they took the fight there. It was still nice to see Kati was able to get the ultimate and find the pick on towards River, so he gets a kill for himself. That is a positive. We'll continue to see how this game goes. It's a slight advantage for Golden Guardians.
Okay, now FLICKR available. Got himself the Executioner's Calling, by the way. Early start off, yeah. Deal with some of that healing, I'm guessing, from Fiora. And yeah, this is it. So it was actually Huhi that started the fight.
That's interesting to see. I mean, he just knew that he had LeBlanc coming in from the top side there. Seeing how the first pick comes through. But yeah, it was a River getting picked off, so it wasn't an ideal fight to start. But then the reaction there was nice from the Golden Guardian side.
And that's what you can see, by the way, Raz. You mentioned in draft, the Viego, the Tristana, if they are able to find that single kill, and then just keep chasing, keep jumping forward. That's what GAM has to really avoid. So it'll be important for the Grand Challenge, get some of that healing up for the Unbreakable, the Exhaust, Bite Time. Try to prevent Golden Guardians from picking those up, and ideally get that burst from the Cyclone and the Shockwave.
And taking a step back, talking about the two teams just in general coming into this event, tournament, you know, Golden Guardians being the 10th bloodiest team at the tournament, usually playing a much more slower-paced game to get their leads, while GAM Esports are the 3rd bloodiest team. It's insane to see how refined the gameplay is from Golden Guardians to stop those from happening, or, you know, who he's seeing an angle there, so you can just be like, you know what, I'm the one that wants to start the fight. So, it's like different looks there from Golden Guardians. That's a bit of a change from LCS to, you know, the big stage,
and of course,
it's working for them.
You've got to remember as well that whoever wins this series will go up against Bitty Bitty Gaming.
Yeah.
And you know, whoever loses this series will go up against R7. So, as just a reminder for the new format and how that will play out, it'll be in 2 days' time. Golden Guardians will need to have another gear because GAM basically, BLG just ran over that early game. They had so many kills. That bottom lane was crazy good.
Yeah.
But at least this is a good start. They have answers, they've got the prep, they've got the draft working. Thus far, it's a 1,000 gold lead. It's a dragon under their belt, and we're a minute and a half until the next dragon. I think Golden Guardians will obviously make a play for it. You see the recalls coming in. They've shown a very high priority on that objective.
Yes.
So if you look at the minimap, Raz, what do you think of the setup here? As it looks to be like River's making his way down.
Yeah, so River making his way down. I also expect, I like the fact that Xin was getting pushed there for Kati because I want to see River and Gory push for, like, fight for push here. That's why you see Huhi actually deploying on the map through mid lane so they can allow River to come and help out Gory, get that push, and then they can make their way bot lane. But GAM has recognized that, and they're just going straight through mid lane first.
And crucially, no teleport for FLICKR in the top lane. Yaya has his teleport available on that Fiora, is now starting to back as well. Xin is just in level 6, so that Fisher is available to him, but a big chunk of damage onto Style. Stixay's pushing this wave out. Dragon's up in 30 seconds. Both teams now contesting inside.
It's a scrap.
Cyclone's been used. Heartbreaker over the wall. Stixay, rocket jumps forward. Gets the E down into Style. Into the pit. That's already a kill secured. Onto Levi. The Dragon hasn't even spawned yet. And we're committing for everything. Stixay's got himself a kill. He's got that W available, but he's not pulling the trigger. Golden Guardians get 2 for 1, sorry.
River's patience there was exceptional. Like, he was waiting a little bit just to see Stixay push up that bot lane and help out. Did not expect both Xin and Style to actually make that way through mid. Actually, Kati was the one that was able to do that. A little bit of a scrap top lane, though.
This Predator thrown down. Dominus out. Those Vitals are being procced as the challenge was issued. FLICKR stepping back. Reminder, he's got himself the plated steel caps as well as the execution is calling. I mean, he really wants to just stare Yaya in the face and be like, just fight me, bro. That's all I want to do.
Yeah, he's like, get me out of here. God, dude. Yaya just trying to get up out of there in that moment. But looking back at that fight, that happened around River. Ooh, it might happen again, actually.
Shockwave is not available. Kati attack and dissonance down. Dragon is up and inside the pit, so we're going to get another fight. That entire engage played without the Dragon spawning. Kraken Slayer is picked up for Stixay. That is a big advantage, and I think part of the reason GAM are not setting up for the engage.
Yeah, if GAM wanted to contest for this, they're trying to push through mid to help make it happen. He's going to try for it. He's going to try for it.
Oh, man, this is just like Attack on Titan of some ways. Levi, Blast Cone's there. Flash not available. He thought about it. He really thought about it.
He was thinking about it because then he would be able to use his clone to get back over the wall, but didn't have an opportunity. Who he knew was going to happen, though, warded over the wall, saying, okay, if you do it, I'm just going to stun lock you. Didn't give him the opportunity. That's a second dragon for Golden Guardians, and now they're nearing Soul Point. Something GAM has to be ready for.
12 minutes, dude.
Yes.
2 dragons at 12 minutes, 1,000 gold lead. The Rift Herald's been dropped. A couple plates there secured for Stixay. Will continue to just accelerate ahead 2-0. Currently up around 500 gold in that bottom lane, but more importantly, got that Kraken Slayer. And just consistently, FLICKR has been able to apply pressure and kind of lock Kiaya into this lane.
Yeah, that's the one surprise here. Taking a look at top lane, it was the test for FLICKR going up against the carry player of Kiaya, and he's been passing that test thus far. Now, there's always a fear of scaling that Fiora will have, and Kiaya will be more comfortable. The more items he picks up, that is the truth, but he's now on a timer with how Golden Guardians have been accelerating this game, so it's just unfortunate. Kiaya is going to be forced to take this Soul Point fight, and if he doesn't, he's going to have to take the Soul fight.
Raz, I know it's really not fair to get excited.
Okay.
And to make bold statements after 1.5 freaking games.
But you're going to do it anyways.
Of course I am. and I don't get to cast the offense, so I'm going to throw you in the deep end.
Okay.
I've been really impressed with the opening 20 minutes of each game here from Golden Guardians. They seem composed, collected.
Yes.
They have not put themselves in like bad positions really at all. And they definitely are impressive. I mean, Mark even said 3 games this series.
Yes.
He predicted 3. And Golden Guardians are at least shaping up to have another controlling win. This game is by no means open, but I've been very impressed with what I've seen from LCS number 2.
That's the crazy part about it, because I echo the point that Mark made, expecting it to go 2-3. I expected, you know, GAM to like just barely lose, for Golden Guardians to barely eke out of it. It was the big test for Golden Guardians of how well they would play on an international stage, and they're passing that and then some. That's 100% right now.
Now, what does your instinct tell you in terms of GAM finding these skirmishes? Look, it's only 2,000 gold down, but you see that gold needs accelerate. 6 plates secured to 2. Huhei continues to apply pressure in this bottom lane. Along with Stixay pushing that tower forward. You see him just stepping for in front of me. He's looking for a potential bandage toss. And now FLICKR under threat. Hit level 11. It's a 10 and an 8 coming in.
That's Slice and Dice.
Slice,
though.
Dice. Still had Flash available to him, and that was just really, really well played again.
Respectful. And that's the thing, it's focused from the Golden Guardian side, and River was in the area, so just in case, if it goes long and you have to pop Dominus, right, River is there for the fight. So to answer your question, actually I've been enjoying Golden Guardian scrap a little bit more. They've been a little bit better off in smaller skirmishes, even though GAM has changed the strategy from Game 1 to Game 2 to allow them to play more their style.
Did you cast a curse? We're going to find out. Stix is able to escape. The rocket jump was great. Huhei throws down the curse to the sad mummy. They've traded 1 for 1, but Stix is untouched. Here comes Gory, and GAM are bleeding. Styles running for his life.
Got him.
The shot gets another rocket jump once again. That's a quadra on the cards. It's secured by Gory instead. 4 kills to Golden Guardians.
Reset after reset. My eyes are on River, but in reality, it was Stixay that was going forward. That one last auto that allowed him to jump over into the blue side jungle, and he just kept rolling.
How did Huhei get in there? I was watching the River. I think he just snuck in from behind. That was great. Looking at the minimap, where did he come from? How did he get in there? Just bandage toss or something?
They see him initially. It's just Levi going way too forward.
I'm so blind. It was LeBlanc jumping into the back.
There it is. But honestly, it was the 4 of GAM Esports that may be a little bit blind as well, because Levi was going in. They wanted to be able to support him. But yes, LeBlanc goes in. A 4-man stun coming there through from Huhei. It was such a perfect setup that made it awkward for Levi.
Beautifully played. You can see that LeBlanc and then a mover going all the way forward, channeling through that narrow choke point.
Yeah.
Curse of the Sad Mummy doing wonders. That was the 4th pick there for Golden Guardians, and that's unlocked everything. 40 seconds to Dragon, 3,000 gold up. I know we're in Captain Cornborg time, 15 to 17 minutes, looking for those mid lane pushes, but with the fight happening in River and so many members of GAM dying, I just don't think it's a smart move. 5-0-1 for Stixay on Tristana, and Gory 3-0-4 on that LeBlanc. It doesn't get better than that. 100% of kills secured by the primary carries.
Yeah, and the setup that Golden Guardians have now is just going to put GAM in a stranglehold. You put Stixay straight through mid. He's going to be clearing each wave coming in. It's going to be hard for Style to even touch the mid lane, so they're always going to have mid lane push, and they're using it right now to clear out that bot side jungle with Dragon coming up. So I was talking about GAM needing to fight for 3rd Drake. It's just not going to happen. It's not feasible.
And that means they need to try to close this gold difference as much as possible, leading into the potential 4th Drake. You assume this will be uncontested. I will acknowledge that's the 2nd Rift Herald that's had to be dropped randomly, though.
Take a look at the minimap. Huhei and Stixay have parked themselves so far into the enemy red side jungle. They're just waiting for anybody to look. They're just going to rejoin to see if they can push through. Yeah, 2nd turret going down bot lane. So no one actually popped their head so they can pick them. But it seems too easy.
Listen, tower was secure in the top lane. GAM trying to get some of that gold deficit back. 5,000 gold down. Rift charge. Is this another tower? No pressure yet because the Dragon was going to be the objective. 3rd one secured. Riftail chunked out that bottom in here turret, and all of a sudden, Golden Guardians are once again just in a completely dominant position. And I will remind everyone again, if you missed Game 1, I mean, GAM are a team that has come back from deficits, at least in the VCS.
Yeah.
Game 1's comp, I think, made it significantly harder.
Yeah.
And I actually think this Amumu pick into the comp of GAM is we've already seen it work in that Rift-Herald fight.
Yeah.
That's going to be the problem I think they have to figure out. They have to get around him, maybe play around at window without Curse the Sad Mummy, but there's not much room to maneuver with the deficit that GAM found themselves in.
Yeah, because the last fight, he kind of used it as a way of disengaging, to stopping the rest of GAM Esports of supporting Levi's engage. So you can use it in quite a few ways. He just did it excellently there, and that's just going to make it even harder. Taking a look at the map right now, it's actually wards from Golden Guardians on both quadrants of the jungle, both bot side. Now they've used that control ward actually to put it in the top side of the map, so they're refocusing all of that. Really nice to see, and it's going to mean so FLICKR is now connected with the rest of the crew in the top side of the map.
And he's got that teleport available to him. If he needs to respond to anything, the reason I said that, Kiaya is pushing that bottom tower. You can see FLICKR trying to catch him. Well, this top quadrant is completely under control. We're a minute to go until Baron, and the wards are already being littered and placed. Only Guardians can look for that objective. We're 3 minutes away from the Soul. If there is a Hopium light here for GAM, it's not the most impactful of Souls, luckily, but
thankfully.
More importantly, you've just got one of the most fed Tristanas.
Oh, brother.
Doing a lot of work. Kiai is able to get away from the chain. I mean, that was a bit of a wide chain, but nevertheless.
It's like in your nightmares, you just see Gory popping straight over the wall.
Somebody was making a sandwich in the kitchen, they get hit by Gory's chain. All right, how do GAM come back from this? I mean, they have to fight the next dragon. They're currently trying to look for a pick. I think they've actually found a little pocket of darkness. Observer's highlighting that extremely well.
Yeah.
No target available, obviously. But I mean, outside of those picks, is it literally 2 minutes 50 or bust?
For me, it's just trying to find a Fnatic bush, as crazy as it sounds. Because before the next Drake comes up, that's going to be coming up in 2 minutes and 30 seconds, they need to find a pick so they can start placing down more aggressive wards, so they can find an angle for Levi and Kati. That would be something, it's just a little hard for them with the comp that they have. If you're in the top side of the map, and Braum, of course, not allowing easy pick options in engage. If they're committing to a fight, it's just going to be a full fight.
Now, I'm going to ask, the Fiora pick coming in, it was answered by the Renekton. The reason I want to ask about it, when you look at Seri, Braum, Wukong, like kind of team fight, do you think that it's not going to have the time, you know what I mean? Like, it's not going to have the impact. It's obviously a little harder to execute that in potential 5v5s, which is what we're building towards right now.
Let's see if he can take this fight off here. But to answer your question, yeah, it makes fighting a little bit harder in larger group situations, especially when Golden Guardian just straight stacking. They made it work in the VCS.
That's why it's picked, I guess.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, exactly.
There it is.
Yeah, basically saying, get stuffed, Trevor. Managing to bully FLICKR. Unfortunately, because there's no tower to fall back to, there's no control in the southern quadrant. It's now Kiaya that's being run down. The 2 members of Golden Guardians, teleport coming in here from Kati. Riposte by some time, but the hearts are broken of GAM. Shockwave available for Kati, 1.5 minutes to go. River continues to chase. Will be able to get back to his original form and now step back out. Gory looking for a chain and teleport committed, kills secured, and GAM completely pushed out of their own jungle.
I want to highlight a small thing. FLICKR did a really smart idea. Of course, he was holding on to his empowered stun for Fiora to toss out just, a riposte. Riposte just to try and find some time waiting for the TP to come through. Just wait for it, apply damage until you actually bait it out. Good job from Golden Guardians there. Last game highlighted Huhi on his set. This game highlighting River, because while our focus is on Kiaya in the early game, Levi tried to impact that side of the map. I think it's incorrect to say that they didn't play towards him. They just stuffed the dive. That wasn't allowed to them. And as the game has been going on, it's been Golden Guardians, but now has been constantly collapsing on that side of the map, making it harder for Kiaya to take that 1v1.
And dude, I have to pull this up. I mean, if I look at my stats dog, no Viego games for River all year. Glory just blows up Style underneath the tower and through the shield. I mean, that was great. And once again, yes, Gory is a great LeBlanc to watch. But like 2 games of Viego here, I can't see any other games this year. So great performance from River. Just, again, right place, right time. Look, he's KDA 036, but he's set up the team. He's applied pressure, he's responded despite that small mishap at level 1 or level 2 in the blue buff. The rest has been pretty smooth sailing.
Yeah, that's the one thing that's been nice to see from Golden Guardians, because throughout the regular season, we've been seeing a lot more the Sejuanis, Wukongs, Vais, Maokais playing to skip camps and help out lanes earlier on so they can get those ganks. But now we're seeing them play a little bit more and farm more gold for River. So it's a nice new kind of angle for them. And we'll see how it goes. I mean, it's a best of 3 going forward, so it's nice having it just for larger series.
And look, it's a little hard, like, it's a little not fair to say this, but I'm a a bit disappointed in GAM.
Yeah.
You know, I think I understand that you know, last year when we saw the international stage, they did field their second team at the international event because they're playing, was it the Southeast Asian Games, if I recall correctly?
Yes, Southeast Asian Games.
And you know, obviously that impacts the expectations, but for a team with the history and legacy that BCS and what GAM has had, GAM are still a very fight-heavy team. They may not have the strongest early games. They haven't necessarily delivered to what I was hoping for. While that's also true, Golden Guardians have not given them any opportunities. They really have been applying the pressure. Again, they've got a Dragon Soul by 22 minutes. That has to be two of the quickest souls that we've seen in a long time. They're going to get this Baron before GAM can even get into the pit. And they can turn and fight. I mean, there's the engage.
Oh!
Flash forward, curse of the Sad Mummy. Cyclones use just to buy time, but here comes Trevor, looking for the first. Manages to rocket jump forward once again, flashes away from Kiaya. The Ultra Shock Laser will be thrown out, and it's yet another kill. It's all of a sudden being turned around, though. Where is Stix? They're trying to find a target. GAM stepping back, stepping away. 3 members down for GAM. And Golden Guardians continuing the chase. Fantastic play, River, stealing away that Zeri, firing on GAM, and now they're inside the base as well.
All right, let's see it. FLICKR, oh, healing so much
Look
back.
Look at that healing. Gold Drinker plus Q, back up to 6,700. The passive is proc, the base is being pressured. Nexus turret is being shaken down where it stands. At least 1 kill back. Score's taken out, the Nexus turret will fall, and Golden Guardians step away. River stealing away the Zeri and killing GAM with the Ultra Shock Laser is just so PM.
It really is, man. And at least good point for GAM is that the death timers are not that long, so they can't just end the game right there.
10,000 gold and Soul and Baron. And literally GAM arrived too late to the party and they were just kicked out at the door.
It was looking close a little bit in that fight. Huhi immediately, the moment he gets that bandage toss, flash, ulti, we'll see it here. It was looking a little close, but it was the moment you get that one ulti from, and reset from River, it's lights out. Taking a look at this. Levi is way too far forward, so they're gonna easily be able to pick him off.
And I hate to like oversimplify it, but it is so true what you said. 1 kill, that's all it's needed. And that's exactly what Golden Guardians secured, and then they just roll through GAM.
Yeah, it was desperation. I think it was good for them to take that fight because what's going to happen if you let them base, right? They're just going to be able to choke you out in the rest of the map. So we're still now in a worse position. Huge gold lead coming in from Golden Guardians, and they're parked right in the bot side of the map. 1 more fight to end the game.
Listen, welcome back to the international stage. Welcome back to MSI, Huhi and Stix. 2 players that we saw go all the way to finals a long time ago with CLG, and now they're stepping up 6-0-3 on this Tristana, and it was also the first pick on the raid side.
Yeah.
Fantastic performance so far. There's just a gigantic gap, 2 levels, as well as the itemization. Golden Guardians are at least pulling some focus. Gory will be able to buy some time. Distorts over the wall, 5 members of GAM chasing him. The inhibitor is secured. I don't even think GAM can win the 5v4. Nexus turret is now being focused down. Licorice has got dominance available and level 16. Kiaya is being melted by Stix. Follow River. Got that Heartbreaker as well.
Yeah, that BT shield and draw a B for
Look
Stix.
at
Oh!
Engage, and GAM are destroyed underneath their own Nexus. Stix with the Quadra. Stix manages the pentakill as Golden Guardians dominate GAM.
That cherry on top of the cake. Stix comes up big in multiple team fights, and right at the end of the game, Golden Guardians riding high with a beautiful performance today.
Trevor, I missed you on the international stage, my friend. Do not go anywhere. In a few minutes, we will be joined on stage by Licorice. Yinsu will chat to them. Meanwhile, as the players are celebrating, dominant win from Golden Guardians. We'll show you some numbers in a second, but they deserve to take that bow, and they deserve to give Golden Guardians their first international series victory.
It's been 7 years for Stix to come back in that stage. MSI 2016 with CLG, that's 1 point, and it's been working out so well for him this year to regain that confidence alongside the rest of the squad in Golden Guardians and just look stunning.
Conversely, we saw a couple shots there of the players from GAM. Really did not get an opportunity today.
Yeah.
I think 2 things. Number 1, I wanted to see more from them.
Yeah.
But number 2, what GG was throwing at them, they didn't have an answer for.
Yeah.
So both things together come into these two sub 25-minute victories. We're going to be finishing this like 3 hours of broadcast time today, Rez, because Series 1 is like 50-odd minutes. It's about the same. Dominant wins. BLG will be taking on Golden Guardians in a couple days' time. So winners taking on winners.
It's crazy, but at least the one thing that they have, GAM Esports, take a break, look at the game, start to really nail down what went wrong for them and if they can actually play out their style going into the next series, because now they get to go up against Rainbow 7, get to play a little bit more what worked for them, and if they can regain that confidence, have a second chance in the lower bracket, then that's one thing they could look at. But yes, they've echoed that disappointment that you've mentioned with their Worlds performance and now the start of MSI. It's been a long time to get back into this stage and they want to make it right.
Yeah, and of course, I'll tell you something now. As we were busy talking and seeing the players walking on camera, I turned over to the analyst desk. Mark is grinning ear to ear. He had the biggest smile on his face. Yeah? And now he's just shrugging like, yeah, of course. Obviously getting ready for the interview. And I can't wait to hear what FLICKR has to say. Can't wait to see what Golden Guardians will do. Because I think it's one of the teams, along with Mad Lions, that in the run-up to MSI, there was a lot of controversial talking points and topics, shall we say. Both teams kind of surprising and, dare I say it, defying expectations.
I hate you.
Oh, I didn't think I was going to do it.
That was awful.
But yeah, I mean, statement win. I mean, look at that gold graph. It was there for a moment. Absolutely incredible. Once you get past 10, 12 minutes, it just accelerated.
Yeah.
Seoul, both games at 22 minutes.
It was a roller coaster. I think the good thing that Golden Guardians take away is not only, yes, playing a slow-paced game, but also responding to a team that wants to take a fight. Yeah. They had moments where Hui was able to take a fight, start the fight initially, or just collapse on what GAM was trying to do. So this is a game that they can look on pretty happily going into the next start of stage 1.
Set, game 1, a Mumu game 2. What the hell is he going to play in the next one? We'll find out in a second. Okay, we're about to head down on stage. So let's do a classic NA at MSI.
Let's do it.
Yitsu, over to you. That was awful.
I want to reciprocate that energy, but I really can't. But thank you very much, guys. I'm joined by FLICKR here. Congratulations on your win. Now, I don't know if you know this, but I know you play a lot of Fiora, but you don't actually play into a lot of Fiora. Do you want to guess the last time you played into a Fiora officially in LCS or internationally?
Oh, gosh.
Yeah?
I want to say like 2020.
That's a trick question. You actually haven't.
Oh.
Yeah. Not since 2017. I think it was back in the academy days. So what was that experience like, playing into that Fiora?
It's a little stressful, and the early game got a little bit messed up, that game. But, I mean, when you pick Renekton into it, it's just really easy to just farm and neutralize the Fiora the whole game. So I wasn't ever really worried about it.
Now, it was a clean 2-0 today. You guys, I think a lot of people would doubt you in your region. And then even when you managed to qualify for MSI, I think people still had a lot of doubts. Even going into this game, the expectation was very much, oh, it could go both ways. But you've done that 2-0 now. Do you feel like you've silenced those doubters?
Yeah, I'd say so. I'd say I'm a little surprised by how well it went. If I'm going to be totally honest.
Why?
Well, just, let's just say practice hasn't been going super optimally, but I think we showed that we can show up on stage, and we've always been a really good stage team, so I feel really confident playing more.
I'm surprised to hear that, because I've heard some scrim bugs that the NA and LEC teams are doing really well in scrims. Is that not true?
I don't know.
You're not going to be able to leak anything. Okay, I tried. Why do you think a lot of people have been doubting you guys? What's the reason?
I mean, part of it is just we have a lot of players who haven't had a lot of success recently, and also the org we're under also hasn't had a lot of success, but we're looking to turn that around, so hopefully we do that.
And speaking of the successes, you're not a stranger to international tournaments and also making it deep in international tournaments as well. Do you feel like personally you are once again reaching your best?
Not yet. I'm saving that for later.
Yeah? Okay, a super quick last question. You have never played against an LPL team in a best-of-3, so what do you think is going to happen in this one?
There's going to be a lot of fighting, I think. A lot of brawling, a lot of skirmishes, and hopefully we come out on top.
That's the kind of game we like to watch. Anyway, so thank you very much for joining me. I'm going to toss this back to Law and the desk to close out the show.
Thank you so much, Insu, for that Verizon post-game interview. Now let's take a few minutes to close out the day before we look ahead the day for tomorrow. FLICKR on stage was just saying that practice was not optimal for them. Didn't feel that way.
I actually bumped into their GM Inero last night. I was asking him about it. He said the same thing. But he also said that's just true for the team in general. Even when they were doing well in NA, there were times where they would have rough scrims, but then do fine on stage. So I think they are the opposite of the scrim buff team.
Business as usual then. But great start, honestly, for the Golden Guardians. Really dominant one. GB, what did you think about this?
You should have seen Mark when they won the game.
I know, yeah, of course. I mean, yeah, it's gonna be
He was absolutely off the chair. When that pentakill came through, he was just jumping up. I thought, I thought the game was really good by GG.
Is this just like the EU thing you guys do is just make things up?
But that was exactly what happened.
Trevor did the exact same thing. Quick shot was like,
you jumped in your chair. I saw it. I was next to you.
Quick shot also said that I predicted this to be a 2-1 series. I said that maybe Golden Guardians would throw the tournament a bone.
And that's true.
And yeah,
that's true, but you did jump in your chair.
Yeah, because we have to go do the show.
Right, okay, fair enough. So that was not the reason.
We just want to lower expectations we have from our teams so we don't get disappointed. But here, honestly, great start. Amazing to see FLICKR in that form, neutralizing the Fiora. It was a great game, really controlled from their side.
Yeah, and to get back at your point as well, I was actually a big fan of the way that Golden Guardian was navigating the team fight. I think Hui's job here was hard because you decided to pick Amumu into Braum. So the only thing you could do is just send yourself in there, hope for the best afterwards. But the way that his teammates navigated the team fight, and specifically Goru and Stixie, that was just immaculate. Really well played by them too.
Yeah, I think both of us were panicking in the draft a little bit, seeing the Amumu locked into Braum, Orianna, Wukong, plenty of disengaged. Your team doesn't have that much follow-up engage. You're not really team fight comp, but he played very well. And I think the overall level of aggressiveness is something that, sometimes as North American fans, we don't see. And I think that seeing River have his initial invade go bad, lose his flash, but then keep finding attempts to try and make plays happen, even though they weren't the cleanest, it speaks to Golden Guardians' mindset and how they want to play the game is a lot more proactive than some teams we typically send.
And I'm really happy because I was looking forward to seeing what side of the Golden Guardians coin we would get at MSI today, and I think it's a good victory for Moral and for the rest of the tournament. Now let's take a quick look at how Group A played out today. 2-0 twice.
Wow.
Very more one-sided than yesterday, though.
I mean, the games today were super fast. Did you ever find out if which one was the fastest?
So I think BLG R7 was the fastest. It was a 26 and a 24-minute game for around 50. Golden Guardians was 28 and 26.
Okay, so close.
Yeah, pretty close between the two teams. Yesterday, obviously, both teams ended up losing inhibitor turrets in the winning series. So this time around, it was very clean by both BLG and Golden Guardians. Very, very fast day, but that does mean that we're going to hopefully start setting up for some closer series through the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, and an interesting series coming up tomorrow as well. But which players stood out for you in this second series? I think we have to give props to Hui, especially.
I would completely agree with you. I think he played phenomenally in both games as well. His initiation was on point. Set game, absolutely stunning. It's a good matchup into the Nautilus. He made the best of it. Second game, it's a Amumu into Braum. It's really not that nice, especially not when your team fight isn't, or your own composition is not really the same comp that want to dive in with you, but kind of wait around for it. So I think that, for me, Hui has been a phenomenal player today.
1+ player of the series, then, Marks?
I absolutely agree. I thought he was very good, especially like you said in the second game. He had 100% KP through the very early portions of the game. I'm not quite sure if he maintained it the whole way through. Though I got to say, Stixie getting a pentakill made me be like, how quickly can we maybe change this one over to Stixie? But I do think ultimately it does go over to Hui.
I was going to say, what do you value more, right? The consistency throughout the entire game. I guess Stixie had that too. It's a close call because pretty much every member on Golden Guardians had great performances today. So, it's a hard choice, but I think Hui, great initiator.
And I think he showed a lot of why people should be scared of him in this tournament is having a very deep champion pool, the Amumu being broken out. He got a Rel ban in this game as well with the Tristana locked in. Obviously, GAM did their homework, saw that was a combination that Golden Guardians was able to win with earlier, but he just shows that he can play tough matchups and he can play a lot of different roles.
I would say, though, as well, it felt like GAM wasn't really showing up as GAM usually is today. It wasn't really their champions they ran with in the first game, and then when they finally locked them in the second game, they never really got the ball rolling. They were always behind on the objective stacking on the Drakes once again, but also so much more credit to Golden Guardians as a unit because they were on point with those Drak in every single game.
Yeah, on point on the macro side, on point with the champions they brought, their approach to draft as well, which is going to be interesting looking at their next matchup against VLG. No, don't say it. Don't say it. Let's take a look at the schedule, if we can, please, because we're going to open up the day tomorrow with PSG versus G2, followed up correcting this, I'm sorry, BLG versus GG as the first matchup, and G2 versus PSG as the second matchup. Any predictions here we can have on the desk?
Well,
do you wanna go first?
I'll go first, and I'll say something a little contentious maybe. Wow. I was not particularly impressed with BLG today. I think the mid lane matchup, the Jason, the Asol game, as well as Bin being really hyped up. He didn't get the typical in-game resources where they're trying to snowball him, but Bong was going pretty toe-to-toe with him. Yeah. I think Elk looked absolutely insane, and I'm very scared going up against him. But if you can kind of that feels like the ones I thought there would be multiple scary points, I guess is what I'm saying, going into BLG. But I feel a little bit better after seeing that series.
Yeah, I mean, I can echo the sentiments to some regard for sure. I still think BLG is for sure the favorites coming in, but I think Golden Guardian on a good day where you have FLICKR who can absorb a matchup like we potentially just saw today with Renekton into the Fiora. I have high hope for Gory as well into Yagao because I think Yagao was probably the most lackluster member in the matchup against R7, getting killed by Miro as well. Miro played that well, but, definitely the one where you expected a bit more. But I think the hardest point is for Golden Guardians. What do you do when Huhi is forced to be on the tower? What do you do when you're under attack of Elk and On? Because if they played like they did today going into today's series, which they probably will, you're going to have to contest that bot side, and you're going to have to pull something out of the hat because that's where the battle will be fought.
And about Group B now, G2, PSG.
G2, PSG,
I mean, what do you think?
I feel pretty good for G2.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like we had the luckier draw in terms of teams pulling out here.
We say that, but we almost lost to Loud the first game, so.
I mean, it's just G2 in the end, right? We
Classic
have to,
G2,
we have to make it that way. It has to be spicy. I do think as well, though, if that's the kind of level you show up with, that G2 showed up with against Loud in game 1, like, let's be real. We've said it multiple times. That first game should have been lost. Luckily, it is the best of 3, and that's where G2 is scariest. I'm thankful that it isn't a best of 1, and I'm hopeful for PSG, though, because if G2 is not fast in the early game, if they let PSG play their game, then you will actually be contested in the late game, and that's where G2 had to come back themselves when they were playing against Loud. If you can't play the late game against PSG, you will struggle there.
That's actually exactly what I was just thinking. Was Wako showed that like if you can't close games out against him, he will drag his team back. G2 did that themselves, but it does feel like he will be, I assume, on the harder scaling champion in a lot of ways. So we'll see exactly what Hansama wants to play into it. See if he gets his Draven for once, maybe. I don't know.
And with a win, these teams would lock into the bracket stage, so a lot of expectations, of course, and a lot of pressure for these teams. The rest would battle out in the rest of the bracket. Before we sign off, one quick question. How do you feel about the format we had so far?
I love best of threes.
I know a lot of people are like, oh, these games are stomps. It's like, yes, it's literally the first round of the tournament. This kind of format scales as the matchups get closer.
Looking forward to see what you guys think at home of the format. But we'll be back tomorrow for more action, more League of Legends here in London. Have a good evening and see you soon.
As Yagao moves on, oh, the bubble is beautiful, and that is just gorgeous play. This is brutal. Bin and Bong in a 1v1, and it's Gigabin in the top side to find his solo kill. They're feeling mythic today, that's for sure. Bin could be in trouble as Bong getting the damage out, but he's not quite. Oh, he turns it around! And now Shun wants to go for another dive, kicked into the wave. It's a 26-minute victory for BLG, and a dominant entrance to MSI. Near Shun's second Gromp. Speaking of, Shun's actually going to go for the 1v1, but it ain't a 1v1! And Odi says no! That's my Gromp! Yeah, Odi's currently in the top lane Tri-Rush. He's trying to make a play on the opposite side of the map. It's the way finally crashes, but Shun's already done it! Who needs to dive when you can kill him before the minions even arrive? I want to kind of take stock. I'm not going to have a chance because Yagao getting pulled back, knocked up, and burnt down!
This turret is going to belong to the world. All in though.
They don't want any help. They want the 2v2 themselves. Red and white means let's fight. But unfortunately, it doesn't work out. Elk doesn't care what color your weapons are. His is pink. And a 2-0 domination from BLG. A phenomenal win for them. A confident win for them.
Just two things today. Let's just make sure we listen to each other and be confident. Like, if you guys see a fight angle, let's fight, okay?
WhatsApp flash is available if needed. Saucer channel connects. Beautifully done. Just beautiful. And it is about to be secured. Just straight up 50-50. Just watch each other. Landers together. Body slam down. First kill secure for both ball leaders. Another for Gory. Gotti is blown up. As you called it, this should be that damn well was bomb threat. Boogie finds the bandit. Yeah! Warscode catches Braum. He's locked to the jungle and first blood secured for Stixxay.
Woo! Yeah, that BT shield of draw B for Stixxay. Oh!
Gage and GAM are destroyed underneath their own nexus. Stixxay's with the Quadra. Stixxay manages the pentakill as Golden Guardians dominate GAM.